Depression during the Cultural Revolution in China. Looking back on the 20th century, one thing seems relatively clear, right? Although humanity as a whole has ceased, or had ceased at least, to engage in large-scale religious conflicts, although they seem to have been making a vicious comeback in the last 5 years, our ability to live together still seems incredibly compromised by our capacity to engage in ideological conflict, right? And it doesn't seem to me ridiculous to presume that the battles between capitalism and communism, say, or between capitalism, communism, and fascism, or even the emergent struggle between fundamentalist Islam and the West, can necessarily be regarded as anything but extensions of our tendency towards religious and mythological conflict, even though, in principle, systems like communism and fascism were not predicated on explicitly religious presuppositions. Well, it seems to me that a logical conclusion from observations of that sort is that even if you eradicate the traditional trappings of a mythological worldview, which seems to be what's happened as a consequence of our rise in empirical knowledge, that you don't eradicate the tendency for people to formulate groups, belief systems, around conceptions of ways that you should behave that are, at the very least, religious in structure and action, even if they're not religious in name. I mean, I think it's a very peculiar coincidence, for example, that the Soviet communists erected a male trinity, Marx, Lenin, and Stalin, as an apparent replacement for the masculine trinity that comprised the essential deities of Orthodox, Russian Orthodox Christianity. Why would these forms re-emerge so spontaneously? And what does it mean that people who regard themselves as essentially modern and empirical in their presuppositions seem to be absolutely susceptible in their fundament to ideological claims? Well, if you look at the Soviet Union, which I think is a very instructive case, because the Soviets, the Russians, were really the last European power to fall prey to the conflict between empiricism and science and religion. And they didn't really fall prey to that until the mid-1800s, because Russia was a relatively closed society, relatively illiterate, maintaining a medieval structure far past the time when other European countries had abandoned that. In the 1850s, a wave of atheism spread across Russia, in some sense as a wave of enlightenment, but also as a plague. And figures as towering as Tolstoy remembered in his memoirs the very day that he realized that the empirical discoveries of Western Europeans had eradicated his ability to believe in the Russian Orthodox system. You lose something like that. Remember, what happens? Well, if you believe that mythological thinking is nothing but superstitious empiricism and that it's been replaced entirely by a more appropriate modern view, then nothing happens, right? It's all to your benefit to become enlightened. But if you believe that there's more to the story than that, and that more traditional ethical and moral systems predicated on mythological presuppositions offer you a map of how to behave and what to think and how to regulate your emotions and what to strive for, none of which can be replaced by a scientific perspective, then the eradication of a system like that leaves a vacuum. And then the question is, what rushes in to fill a vacuum? Well, if you look at the case of the Soviet Union, it seems quite instructive, doesn't it? I mean, there's a 30-year period where there's tremendous intellectual clash, say, between a materialist and empirical perspective and a Russian Orthodox perspective. The Russian Orthodox perspective loses its attractiveness for the reigning intellectual elite, and the presuppositions of communism, which appear rational by contrast, but which by all evidence were not, rush in to fill the gap. And I want to read you something that Nietzsche wrote. It's perhaps the most famous thing he ever said, although it's almost entirely taken out of context and misquoted, and if not misquoted, at least misunderstood, because Nietzsche was one of these strange people who was capable of living 50 or even 100 years into the future, and although he was is generally regarded as an enemy of Christianity and superstition, and was certainly an unbelievably outspoken opponent of Christian traditionalism. He also knew that if you let the old gods die, the probability that blood would flood the land was virtually 100%. So let me read you what he wrote. Have you not heard of that madman who lit a lantern in the bright morning hours, ran to the marketplace and cried incessantly, I seek God. As many of those who do not believe in God were standing around just then, he provoked much laughter. Why? Did he get lost? Said one. Did he lose his way like a child? Said another. Or is he hiding? Is he afraid of us? Has he gone on a voyage or emigrated? Thus they yelled and laughed. The madman jumped into their midst and pierced them with his glances. Whither is God? He cried. I shall tell you. We have killed him, you and I. All of us are his murderers. But how have we done this? How were we able to drink up the sea? Who gave us the sponge to wipe away the entire horizon? What did we do when we unchained this earth from its sun? Whither is it moving now? Whither are we moving now? Away from all suns? Are we not plunging continuously, backwards, sideward, forward, in all directions? Is there any up or down left? Are we not straying as though through an infinite nothing? Do we not feel the breath of empty space? Has it not become colder? Is not night and more night coming on all the while? Must not lanterns be lit in the morning? Do we not hear anything yet of the noise of the grave diggers who are burying God? Do we not smell anything yet of God's decomposition? Gods too decompose. God is dead. God remains dead, and we have killed him. How shall we, the murderer of all murderers, comfort ourselves? What was holiest and most powerful of all that the world has yet owned has bled to death under our knives. Who will wipe this blood off us? What water is there for us to clean ourselves? What festivals of atonement, what sacred games shall we have to invent? Is not the greatness of this deed too great for us? Must we not ourselves become gods simply to seem worthy of it? Well, as you can tell, it's a much different notion from the casual God is dead quotation that's most generally associated with Nietzsche. Well, what is he saying? Well, he's saying something like this. A system like Christianity, or any system that's oriented a society for thousands and thousands of years, can't simply be eradicated by a casual gesture without consequences ensuing in its aftermath. What consequences? Well, Nietzsche says, well, we'll no longer know up from down. What does he mean by that, metaphorically? Well, up, that's where you're headed, right? And down, that's what you want to stay away from. And when you eradicate the most fundamental presuppositions of your system of values, then there is no up and there is no down. And then where are you precisely? Well, it's not so easy. It's not so easy to say, having not necessarily ever been in that position. What is your life like when you don't know up from down? Is it merely neutral? Is there merely no value left? Or could it possibly be the case that if up and down have both been eradicated, that the place that you're left in is something much more akin to a permanent state of suffering? Because maybe it's only the case that the constant capacity to strive for up, in it being an up that you believe in, the constant striving for up is actually what makes your life bearable to you. And if you lost the sense of up and down, the place that you would end up would be not so much neutral as terrible. Now, if you have any belief system at all, you do this. So let's say you're an advocate of left-wing politics. You take a pro-environmental stance or an anti-corporate stance, which is a relatively common thing to do among undergraduates. What do you do when you hold that belief system? You view the world as it lays itself out, and you explain the manner in which it manifests itself in terms of the axioms of that belief system. And you may note that you can do it, right? You can tell a credible story about why the world is the way it is by adopting, say, an anti-corporate perspective. Because there are all sorts of terrible things about the world that are a consequence, say, of corporate maneuvering. And you might also say that, and Piaget would say this, that it's a necessary developmental stage to acquire allegiance to a given belief system. Why? Well, any up is better than none. That might be the first observation. So even if your belief system is relatively insufficient and easily challenged on intellectual grounds and perhaps not very complete anyways, the fact that it does lay out a moral structure for you and tell you good from evil and right from wrong, that's a plus, that's an advantage. Now, it's relative intellectual weakness and its incoherence, assuming it is incoherent to some degree, that's a flaw. But that doesn't mean that the effort to establish a system like that is worthless. It's worthwhile. And Nietzsche said, say, with regards to Christianity and Europe, he said, well, the errors, intellectual and moral, of institutional Christianity are essentially beyond count. But there's one thing you have to remember. First of all, an ordering of that sort is necessary, because the alternative, which is always hidden from you insofar as you're inside a moral system, the alternative is far worse. Chaos. That's worse. I mean, part of the reason that the Germans preferred Hitler to chaos was because they felt that the order that Hitler promised, repressive as it was preferable to the chaos that was likely to ensue in its absence. What is it about chaos that's so terrifying? Second, Nietzsche said, adopting a belief system of any sort and imposing coherency on the world, viewing it through the lens of that explicit system, disciplines your mind. So, for example, to live in the absence of any stated beliefs is hardly to live at all. To live in the presence of a narrow-minded and extreme belief system is at least to undergo the rigors, both behavioral and intellectual, of coming to terms with the world from some perspective. Nietzsche said the reason that the modern mind, such as it is, was able to free itself from the past at all was because it had first thoroughly subjected itself to the tyranny that was imposed by the past, in consequence disciplined itself, developed enough discipline as a consequence of that subordination to then break free of it. In all science of morals so far, one thing was lacking, strange as it may sound: the problem of morality itself. What was lacking was any suspicion that there was something problematic here. Every society, every functioning individual, every functioning family, every social unit has a moral code, but they differ. So what does that mean exactly? Well, it's complicated, isn't it? Because the fact of the universality of the code, the fact of the code, indicates that the code or a code is necessary. By the same token, the fact that there's a multiplicity of codes seems to suggest that the particulars of a given code aren't necessarily relevant. And so Nietzsche says, brilliantly I think, we're faced with a problem. No life without morality, no absolute morality. What do we do? And one of the things Jung observed was that if you look at the structure of stories, he thought first, there's a relationship between stories and moral codes. Well, seems relatively straightforward, doesn't it? If you tell a simple story like a parable, sometimes they're complex too, like an Aesop's fable, say, what do you extract out from the story? A moral. What's the moral? Well, it's the implication of the story for behavior, right? So you tell a little story about someone who acts out a given moral code, and that person does better or worse, and the moral of the story is, if you act in this manner, you will do better or worse. Proverbial knowledge. We all tell stories. They have identifiable structure. You can tell that because a movie studio in Hollywood can produce a movie and people all over the world will watch it. People all over the world tell stories to one another. The plot elements seem similar. Are the morals similar? That's a more difficult question, right? We know that the details of morality can vary from culture to culture. Is there anything that doesn't vary from culture to culture? Now, why would you want to find that? Well, Alexander Solzhenitsyn thought that one of the most important occurrences of the 20th century were the Nuremberg trials. Right? The Nuremberg trials brought the perpetrators of the Nazi genocide to justice. And it's easy to be cynical about that, and perhaps you should be cynical about it, because the victors brought the losers to trial, and so of course the losers were going to be tried from the perspective of the winner's moral code. But Solzhenitsyn says, well, wait, you know, there's something more to this story, at least there seems to be, in that many of the events that characterized the Nazi atrocities were so awful outside of intellectual argumentation, because you can provide an intellectual argument for anything. They were so awful that the proper visceral embodied response of any observer, regardless of specific moral code, should be repugnance, period. Such that, encoded at least initially in international law, genocide is a crime against humanity, right? No matter what the particulars of your moral code, so goes the logic. You cannot construct a viable moral code that enables genocide. If not a logical impossibility, and I think it is a logical impossibility, it's an ethical impossibility. And then you have to ask yourself, and this is not precisely an intellectual question, does that seem credible to you? Does it seem credible that there are acts that are so terrible that no one, regardless of their stated position, should ever engage in them? And if the answer is yes, then I would say, well, if you haven't moved towards personal acceptance of an ultimate up, so to speak, you've certainly identified at least one down that you don't want to approach. And that's the beginnings of the establishment of some notion of absolute moral authority. So what if we said, hypothetically, something like this? Let's say that morality isn't a philosophy, it's not something explicit, it's something implicit. How does it evolve? Well, emotional creatures produce it. You don't have to produce it in isolation. If you weren't a social animal, if you lived a solitary and nocturnal existence by yourself, there's no need for morality, because you don't have to regulate your behavior with regards to your peers. But you're social animals, so you're stuck with everybody else. But everybody else could be conceived of as a grand average, right? How would you act towards the average person? Well, I would say that very, very stable moral systems tell you exactly that. And they say things like, do unto others as you would have them do unto you, right? Basic principle of reciprocity. Why does that work? And it's a complex precept. It means I should treat you like I would like to be treated by you. And you might think, well, that means to be nice to you. But that isn't really what it means, because nice isn't enough, right? What I want from you really is communication, real communication, feedback. What am I doing that's acceptable and good? What am I doing that's unacceptable and not good? And that latter aspect of feedback is part of the reason why, if you're psychopathological and isolated, you're in much worse shape, because half of your sanity, or 3/4 of it, or 90% of it, who knows, is distributed sanity. You don't have to be that sane as long as you're hanging around other people, because as soon as you do something that's deviant, they're going to raise an eyebrow at you, right? And then you think, oh, well, not that. And as soon as you do something good, then they're going to pay more attention to you and smile at you. So all of the information about how to regulate yourself is out there in the world, right? The average person. How many people do you interact with in a week? 300, say. Maybe it's not that many. 100. How about in a year? 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, 10,000. What are they all telling you? Well, the message is similar across people. How similar? Don't know exactly how similar. That's what stories tell you. So today I'm going to tell you the best 3 stories that I know. I think these stories are absolutely phenomenally potent, and the reason for that is that I think they illustrate in an extraordinarily powerful way the nature of the processes that led to the establishment of Western democratic ideals. Mircea Eliade, whose work I rely on substantially to make the following argument, has taken Western academic culture to task in a manner that hasn't fully been revealed yet. He said that, like all human cultures, the West is parochial and narrow in its viewpoint. And although over the last 300 years there's been a substantial amount of cross-cultural intermingling and a potential broadening of philosophical and religious horizon, that broadening has not been sufficiently complete. If we build on the viewpoint that I've been developing with you over the last few courses and make the presupposition that religious modes of thinking are more phenomenological than they are rational, which means that they deal more with what you experience, say, than with the objective world. If we look at archaic religious stories through that lens, then they can start to open up. And so, given that, I want to open up 3 religious stories to you today. 2 in depth and 1 only in passing, because we'll return to it later. I'll start with the Judeo-Christian myth of Genesis. When I say myth, I don't mean untruth. I mean a form of knowledge that's narrative in structure and predicated on presumptions that aren't empirical. A myth describes processes of transformation. A myth describes the process whereby elements of experience come into being and transform. The fundamental structural elements of Genesis are the Word of God and chaos. And the Hebrew words for chaos and waste are teom for chaos and tohu for waste. And teom in particular, although tohu as well, are very interesting words because you can track their derivation historically. And sometimes if you can track the derivation of words historically, you can get some sense of the cultural milieu out of which the words sprang. And we know what Tiamat means because we have written records of a story that involves a character named Tiamat. And Tiamat is a dragon who lives at the bottom of the ocean. In the oldest creation myth we have, which is the Enuma Elish, the Sumerian creation myth. Sumeria, Babylon, Acadia, rightly regarded as the birthplace of modern Western civilization. In Genesis, 2 processes unite to produce being. The first of those processes or states is chaos, represented by teom or tohu. The second of those processes is logos. And logos is another word that has an extraordinarily broad range of meaning. It's generally transcribed in the Christian tradition as the Word, and it's identified with Christ, which is a very peculiar identification because it's the Word of God that creates order out of chaos. And of course, the Word of God in Genesis is a phenomena that predates the birth of Christ infinitely from a classical religious perspective. So the fact that the 2 beings are identified is of great peculiarity and also of great interest. The fundamental story of Genesis is something like this, and it's perhaps the most brilliant contribution of Judeo-Christian thought to world history. Its total impact is virtually incalculable. The idea is this, that chaos can be conceptualized as something that has an essentially feminine aspect, as a matrix. And a matrix is a structure from which other structures emerge. And the story in Genesis makes the hypothesis that logos, which is the Word of God, a phenomena associated with speech and communication and logic, logos, logic, rationality, courage, exploration, all combined into a single entity or trait, logos. The combination of logos and chaos is what brings order into being. That's what the story in Genesis means. It's not an empirical description of the origin of objects. It's a phenomenological description of the origin of experience. The idea being that without the piercing glance of whatever consciousness is, whatever the background of experience is, the matrix, chaos, cannot be conceptualized as real. It takes the interplay between the feminine principle, chaos, and the masculine principle, logos, in order to produce being. Now, that's of substantial importance when you give some consideration to the fact that immediately in Genesis, after the establishment of livable order, the deity Yahweh identifies the individual human being with logos, right? Made in God's image. That's the essential characteristic of the human being. And what that means is that the logos that operates in human beings, which is this capacity to make order out of chaos, is identical to the principle that gives rise to the cosmos from a mythological perspective. So it partakes of the deity in a very direct sense, insofar as being itself is dependent on its operation. Now, it's still possible to claim, given that perspective, that a story with that sort of structure is superstitious, and that it doesn't bear any relationship to what actually constitutes reality. But you have to understand that that story, old as it is predicated on older stories, and it's on the ground that those older stories established that our entire concept of natural rights rests. So if you believe that natural rights have an existence that's more than merely arbitrary, the reason you believe that is because those rights are predicated on the ideas that are expressed in these myths. Okay, so now we're going to go back in time to Sumeria, and I'm going to show you how the Sumerian creation myth lays itself out. And not only that, I'm going to describe to you the direct political implications of the Enuma Elish, the Sumerian creation myth, because the political implications of that myth are well understood, because the political structure of Sumeria was directly associated with the structure of the myth, because the Sumerian emperor was regarded as the earthly representative of the highest god in the Mesopotamian pantheon, whose name was Marduk. So insofar as you were emperor, the reason that you were emperor, and this is what gave your sovereignty legitimacy, right? Because sovereignty has to have legitimacy, otherwise there's constant revolutions. What gave sovereignty legitimacy in Mesopotamia was the identification of the emperor with Marduk. And that had certain implications for the emperor, which we'll discuss in some detail. The story starts like this. You've got this dragon, Tiamat. And Tiamat is a great primordial beast who lives at the bottom of the ocean. And the ocean is water, and water is associated with the primal element in archaic thinking. And I told you, there's reasons for that already. If you viewed the transformation of deserts as a consequence of rain, you can understand why water would be considered the element that gives life, right? The element that brings life forth. And we know from an evolutionary perspective that that's accurate. And we know that we're 90% water. And so to consider water the primal element is no trivial conclusion, no less than presuming that the sun is the ultimate source of life, the ultimate God, because the sun is the ultimate source of life as far as we're concerned on Earth, right? Because it's the source of all our energy. These aren't stupid concepts, all right? So Tiamat is this horrible creature that lurks at the bottom of the primal element, all right? Now she has a husband, Apsu. Now the Mesopotamian creation myth doesn't say much about Apsu. We only know that he's the male consort of the dragon of chaos. And we know from reading other sources of mythology that the male consort of the dragon of chaos generally represents either logos or culture. So we're going to make the presupposition in this particular case that the husband of chaos is order or culture. Okay, and then the Mesopotamians don't say much about that. That doesn't, the development of the idea of Apsu or order or culture doesn't take new force until the ancient Egyptians. We'll talk about them today too. Okay, so Tiamat and Apsu are locked into a kind of sexual embrace, according to the Mesopotamian creation myth. And what does that mean? It kind of means two things. It means that they're not really distinguishable because they're locked into this embrace. And it also means that they're up to something creative, because the act of sexual congress in mythology is most frequently utilized as representation of something creative, or as representation of the probability of some new form coming to be, right? All right, so Apsu and Tiamat are locked into this embrace in a state that other creation myths describe as egg-like, the pre-cosmogonic egg. Their intermingling gives rise to the initial state of being, according to the Sumerians, and the initial state of being, according to the Sumerians, is characterized by the dominion of the elder gods. These gods, being none too bright, make a tremendous amount of racket doing things. Well, what does that mean exactly? Well, it means something like this. They make a lot of racket, and they cause a lot of trouble. They make a lot of wind, and all of their racket and trouble and wind and activity rouses Tiamat. What does that mean? Well, it means if you do things, you get in trouble. It means even if you're trying to solve problems, you get into trouble, because the solution to a problem tends to generate a whole bunch of new problems, right? It's like the Hydra. So what it means is that it's more or less fated that any form of activity whatsoever is likely to produce the threat of catastrophe. And of course, we're absolutely keenly aware of that in the modern world, because we're possessed by this sense that all of our frenetic activity, all of our frenetic motivated activity, is producing alterations in the world order such that nature itself is going to be destroyed and eliminate us. And of course, we're absolutely keenly aware of that in the modern world, because we're possessed by this sense that all of our frenetic activity, all of our frenetic motivated activity, is producing alterations in the world order such that nature itself is going to be destroyed and eliminate us, right? That's a classic Sumerian fear. I mean, nothing's changed in the last 5,000 years. The Sumerians presumed that once the elder gods were constructed and started moving around on the planet, that their activity, their mindless activity, because remember, these aren't well integrated motivational forces, they're more like primordial beasts, right? Their unintegrated activity risks plunging everything back in chaos. Well, Tiamat's the representative of chaos, this generative chaos, but so what the Sumerians say, well, the elder gods cause a lot of racket, they move around the planet, and they upset Tiamat. And she decides that enough is enough, and she's going to wipe them out. So she's sitting at the bottom of the ocean, fuming away as the elder gods go about their business, and then they take one step too many and they kill Apsu, who's her husband. Now, the Sumerian creation myth doesn't say much about this, but we know that Apsu is the male consort of chaos. That makes him order. So what happens is the elder gods destroy order itself. They destroy culture itself, and as soon as you destroy culture, all hell breaks loose, and that's exactly what happens in the Sumerian creation myth. So Tiamat emerges, she's going to wipe everything out, and the world will revert back to its primordial non-existent state. Now, the elder gods get wind of this, and of course they're just terrified, because they know that this thing that gave rise to them, whatever it is, the matrix of being, can easily wipe them out at a moment's notice. And so despite the fact that they're transpersonal and immortal and characterized by a certain amount of power, in the face of absolute chaos, they're insufficient. Now, this occurrence is extending over a protracted period of time. And as the elder gods are threatened, they're also breeding and mating and producing new forms. And they produce a great-great-grandson whose name is Marduk. Now, Marduk has a lot of very interesting attributes. The attributes are described in the Enuma Elish in the following manner. So this is what Marduk's father sees when his wife Damkina gives birth to Marduk. So when he, who's Marduk's father, saw his son, he rejoiced, he beamed, his heart was filled with joy. He distinguished him and conferred upon him double equality with the gods. Okay, so that's the first indication that whatever Marduk represents is something that's elevated beyond the normal status of a primordial deity. so that he was highly exalted and surpassed them in everything. Artfully arranged beyond comprehension were his members, not fit for human understanding, hard to look upon. 4 were his eyes, 4 were his ears. When his lips moved, fire blazed forth. Each of his 4 ears grew large, and likewise his eyes to see everything. He was exalted among gods, surpassing was his form. His members were gigantic. He was surpassing in height. Mariutu, Mariutu, one of his names. Son of the sun god of the gods. Okay, complex bit of poetry. It says a bunch of things. It says, well, whatever Marduk is the offspring of the gods. Whatever Marduk is characterized by heightened awareness, right? Because he has 4 ears and 4 eyes and they're large. Whatever Marduk is characterized by is the status that surpasses that of his fathers. Whatever he's characterized by is associated with the power of speech, real power, because when he speaks, fire spurts forth. Marduk is also huge, but more importantly, he's associated in this particular poem with the sun. Why is that? Well, the sun dominates consciousness, right? Because we're conscious during the day. Most of our brain is visual cortex, so we're visual creatures. So when the sun rises is when the day begins. So Marduk is also associated with whatever deity dominates the day, and that's the deity of consciousness. And there's more to the story of the sun, right? Because the sun is also something that rises and sets repeatedly, and that means that the deity that dominates consciousness is characterized by a cyclical nature. That's a sun. The sun rises in the morning, renewed as a consequence of fighting a terrible battle in the night with the enemies of everything that's associated with consciousness. A classic solar myth. So, Apsu and Tiamat give rise to the world of the gods. The activity of the world of gods reawakens Tiamat. She decides to destroy everything, but at that moment the gods give birth to Marduk. Now that's a typical motif, which is that the hero is always born at the time of maximal crisis. And the reason for that is in part, it's simple. Look, if your culture is dealing well with the forces of the unknown, so that everything is static but productive, so that problems themselves don't arise, there's no reason for the hero, right? There's no reason to confront the unknown. It's only when crisis beckons that the birth of the hero is necessary. Marduk constitutes the birth of the hero. And they say, look, you know, we're in real trouble unless someone goes out there and confronts Tiamat straight on. She's going to wipe everything out. It's a dangerous and terrifying job, but somebody has to do it. And Marduk says, well, that's no problem, but I got a few rules here. And this is the first rule. I'm in charge from here on forward. What does that mean exactly?
John.
Well, these archaic stories are polysemic in Northrop Frye's terminology. And what that means is that they can be read validly at multiple levels of analysis simultaneously. And so one thing it means is that if you take the 2-year-old child who's essentially under the dominion of assorted primordial gods and goddesses, right? Aggression, fear, panic, and according to Freud, a certain degree of sexual aggression. The child moves from domination from motivated state to domination from motivated state. And it isn't until the age of 3 and 4 when, under the pressure applied by the social world and as a consequence of the maturation of the prefrontal cortex, which matures throughout childhood and adolescence and doesn't reach its final form until perhaps into the early 20s, all of those fundamental motivational forces start taking on a structured relationship to one another, which is to say that as your personality becomes integrated, a single motive force forward has to bring all of these underlying motivational systems into some sort of harmonious arrangement. Okay, so let's see what the Sumerians are doing here. Okay, first of all, they're doing psychology. They're trying to figure out, given the dominion of the elder gods, the indisputable dominion of the elder gods, instincts, who should rule, right? What should be in charge? How do you construct a hierarchy of values? And then, more complexly, when you integrate a state, which is what the Mesopotamians did, right? The first great civilization, what does that mean? The first time hundreds of tribes were hammered into some sort of stable hierarchical order. How do you represent that order? So Marduk gets his act together. The gods all meet in a huge chamber. They elect him king, and then they prepare him for battle. When the gods the fathers beheld the power of his word, they were glad and did homage, saying, Marduk is king. They bestowed upon him a scepter, a throne, and a royal robe. They gave him an irresistible weapon, smiting the enemy, saying, Go and cut off the life of Tiamat. May the winds carry her blood to out-of-the-way places. After the gods his fathers had determined the destiny of Marduk, they set him on the road, the way to success and attainment. So then he goes to the heart of darkness, so to speak, and confronts Tiamat, accuses her of treachery, and challenges her to battle. When Tiamat heard this, she became like one in a frenzy and lost her reason. She cried out loud and furiously. To the very roots, her two legs shook back and forth. She recited an incantation, repeatedly casting her spell. As for the gods of battle, they sharpened their weapons. Tiamat and Marduk, the wisest of the gods, advanced against one another. They pressed on to single combat and approached for battle. Okay, well, things don't go out so well with Tiamat from this point forward. The first thing that Marduk does is encapsulate her in a net. And I think that's a really interesting metaphor, because that's essentially what human beings do when they encounter the unknown, right? They encapsulate it in an explanatory network. So it's a way of binding up the anomaly or the unknown and giving it a substantive form. Then he cuts her into pieces. And then he makes the world out of her pieces. In fact, one of Marduk's names is he who makes ingenious things as a consequence of the combat with Tiamat. Now, that's very, very interesting, because what it means is that the Sumerians are presenting in metaphorical form the notion that when the chips are down, the survival of being depends on the capacity of whatever Marduk represents, this solar god, to encounter the matrix of being, to cut it into pieces and to make the world. And if you think about it in those terms, it's a very, very straightforward story, right? It's basically the story of human beings. Fundamentally the story of human beings, because we, in the words of a famous evolutionary psychologist whose name completely escapes me, we occupy the cognitive niche, right? Our mode of being is creativity in the face of the unknown. And when chaos threatens the established mode of being, it's necessary for us to put our creativity into action and to carve out new territory as a consequence of encounter with the unknown. Why? Well, because we can take the world apart with our hands and put it together in new ways, and then we can code what we've done verbally, and we can transmit it to another person, and then they can do the same thing. And we're all doing this all the time, and we're all telling each other how we're doing it, and that's how the embodiment of logos in the human being, which is precisely equivalent to the Sumerian notion of Marduk, that's precisely how it is that we're constantly capable of redeeming the world. And that's why you make resolutions at New Year's, because the new you is supposed to be born at the new year. Okay, so what do the Mesopotamians do at the new year? They take their king and they bring him outside the city. Now you have to understand that outside the city is chaos, right? Because these are city-states. When you go outside the dominion of the human, you're in chaos. And then the priest makes the emperor kneel and takes all his marks of status off him, so he's reduced to his essence fundamentally, bereft of his social persona, and then he slaps him with a glove and humiliates him, and the king is forced to recount his sins. Right? Everything he did in the last year that wasn't up to Marduk's standards, so to speak. And you can see, that'd be a pretty useful thing to have somebody who's in power do on a regular basis, right? Because it reminds them that they're, in fact, subject to a transpersonal structure whose nature isn't precisely evident, but is nonetheless there, which is the case. Act like Marduk, or all hell will break loose and demolish your kingdom, which is, of course, is true now, as it was then. So the emperor gets humiliated, he has to recount his sins, then he's locked up, then he reenacts the battle with Tiamat. And when he emerges victorious, he's locked up with a ritual prostitute, a hierodule, and they mate. Why? Well, the hierodule, the ritual prostitute, represents Tiamat. Now, why the hell would that be? Because Tiamat's a dragon, right? A horrible man-eating dragon that lives at the bottom of the ocean, which is to say that in any encounter with the unknown, as difficult, traumatic, and violent as that might be, there's also the possibility for something creative to emerge as a consequence, right? Because it's out of the unknown that we mine new information. So insofar as the Mesopotamian emperor acted out the role of Marduk, then he was a good emperor, then he deserved his sovereignty, and literally as well as figuratively, insofar as he did play that role, then the society was going to remain not only stable but constantly updated, because he's engaged in this constant creative contact with the unknown, aided and abetted by his attempts to remember his own inadequacies and weaknesses and to do something about them. Okay, so that's a pretty interesting story, and it gets even more interesting when you start to understand that the Judeo-Christian creation myth is assimilated to the Sumerian creation myth by the union of the notions of chaos and Tiamat. So the Logos in Judeo-Christian thinking, the Word of God that produces order out of chaos, is also essentially equivalent, at least metaphorically speaking, to whatever Marduk represents in the Sumerian creation myth. And we know that our relationship with the Enuma Elish is obscured by time, but our relationship with the stories that lay out the fundamental substructure of Western culture is not so ameliorated, even though we may not believe them explicitly anymore. They still sit at the base.
I have always wanted my website to be more, so I'm beyond excited and grateful to be doing that with GoDaddy now. I get so numb that I don't even know what's real. It's really important for me to talk about anxiety and mental health because not that many people talk about it, and I find that when people do talk about it, it's not in a very real and honest way. I love the idea of making a website more of a community place. People can submit stuff and post stuff.
Basis of our society.
Yeah, that's the spot. Johnny, what's wrong?
One of the things that people are very much confused by in the modern world is what archaic people meant by gods. And that's because whatever the deities were that had the motive force that archaic people attributed to the gods seem to have disappeared in modern culture. Now, the Jungian hypothesis is that's because they turned into psychological traits fundamentally, or motivational forces. So what archaic societies would describe as gods, we would describe as motivational forces. So for example, Venus is a goddess, the goddess of love, and we would associate her power with love and sex fundamentally. And the reason that that's a reasonable association from the archaic standpoint is because the motive quality that makes up what Venus represents is transpersonal, which means it's not limited to one person, and it's immortal in that the motive force that characterizes sexual affiliation exists whether or not a single individual exists. So it's transpersonal, has the force of a personality, because if you fall in love, you're motivated by a certain set of standards and perspectives, right? If you're gripped by beauty, say, or if you're gripped by lust, that imposes a particular view of the world on you and impels your action, sometimes despite your will. And so that would be equivalent from the archaic perspective to possession. And it's clearly the case that archaic societies who were engaged in warfare, for example, would conduct rituals to ensure that the warriors that made up their societies were in fact possessed by the correct god. So it might be Mars, for example, the Roman god of war, so that on the battlefield they exhibited the proper characteristics of somebody who was in a battle, right? Rage, you can think. Rage. So possession by the god of war would be equivalent to this possession by a state of rage. Now, it's not quite that simple. It isn't only that archaic people externalized motive forces and gave them the status of deities. What they did was more complex than that, and I think you can understand that a little bit better if you start to give some thought to the modern behavioral notion of the stimulus. Now, the stimulus is a very, very weird concept, because the behaviorists who weren't interested in taking apart what was inside the brain would attribute motive force to the stimulus, right? They'd say, if you present an animal with a stimulus, he will therefore act. And that meant that the behaviorists were making the presupposition that the motive power resided in some manner in the stimulus. Well, why would they think like that? Well, it's an archaic mode of thought, in a sense. You can imagine a child saying, one of my friends today made me really angry, right? Which means that the child is essentially conflating his or her own internal emotional state with the proximal stimulus that gave rise to that state. And you see complex associations like that taking place with regards to the apprehension of beauty, say, because beauty is a very, very complex and difficult to localize phenomena. If you're very attracted to someone, are you attracted by them? Well, in a sense, of course, you are, because there they are, but in another sense, you're not at all, because what's happening is that you're engaged as much in the attraction as anything that's motivating you from the outside world. And I think that partly accounts for your sense of foolishness, especially if the person that you're attracted to doesn't return your attraction. I mean, you know that from your perceptual perspective, you're attracted and dominated by the object, but by the same token, you know entirely that, easy as it is to presume it's them and their fault, say, pretty much it all has to do with you. So, in the modern world where we've been able to separate out the object and the motive force of the object, the deities have sort of moved inside of us and become psychological forces. But you can understand, if you think about it in this manner, that things weren't so clear prior to the dawn of the empirical age. That gives you a little bit of background with regards to what the notion of deity meant to archaic societies who still utilized those notions as explanatory terms. Okay, so we know that if you're caught up in one of these little world games, that you may be motivated by something very, very fundamental, right? A tendency that transcends you, the tendency to propagate yourself, say Freud's fundamental motivational level, sexual affiliation, or the tendency to maintain yourself. Those, you could say, are the fundamental gods of existence, the fundamental driving forces, and it's the interaction of those two forces over great periods of time that produce the great diversity of life and human life that we see before us. And each of those fundamental, most fundamental of gods have their differentiated minions, so to speak, so that while engaged in the meta goal of self-preservation, you act out plots of hunger and plots of thirst, and you move from cold to hot or from hot to cold, depending on your particular on the particular temperature of your surroundings, or with regards to self-propagation, you're attracted to people or repelled by them for reasons that are frequently absolutely beyond your comprehension, by the way. So I just found out this week, and this is absolutely staggering, I think, that if you run an experiment on a group of women and you track their menstrual cycle, and then you give them t-shirts that men have worn to smell, that women who are ovulating like the smell of symmetrical men better than asymmetrical men. So, and that's partly because symmetrical men are probably more healthy, but this is a good example of how the motive forces that configure your world are dependent on instinctual forces that are not only beyond your consciousness, but they're beyond even, at the moment, any of our explicit explanations. So another finding that's very similar that I came across recently, turns out that mice will not mate with mice that have Rh blood factors that are likely to produce unfit offspring. The more closely genetically related the Rh factors, the more likely there is to be a catastrophe with regards to offspring. And the mice seem to detect the Rh factor by smell, so recently this was run with women, and it is also the case that women prefer men whose Rh factors are at an optimal distance from them in terms of smell. So this is some example of how these unbelievably archaic systems, because like the olfactory systems are unbelievably archaic, produce alterations in worldview at a level that's massively below consciousness. So underneath your cortical shell, which is tonically inhibiting all your emotional and motivational systems, lies all these motivational and emotional systems. And they have branches that grow up into the cortex, and they have the capacity to control your behavior completely involuntarily. So, for example, if you're gripped by fear, it's very, very difficult to overcome that voluntarily. And at least initially, you won't be able to. Which is to say that when the chips are down, the underlying motivational and emotional systems have control. Okay, so then what happens from that perspective? Then what happens when you encounter something you don't understand? And I think the best way to explain it is something like generalized disinhibition, which is that all your underlying motivational and emotional systems are more or less disinhibited simultaneously. And the reason for that is because you want to be maximally prepared to do whatever the hell is necessary to do when you're somewhere that you don't understand. And because you don't know what that thing is going to be, all your systems go on. And when psychologists talk about stress, which is an abysmal word, right? It means everything and nothing. When psychologists talk about stress, what they mean is generalized disinhibition of emotion and motivation. Then you come to the case of ancient Egypt. One of the things Eliade points out, which I think is really interesting, really phenomenal. The story I'm going to tell you right now was essentially revealed in Egyptian culture at the dawn of the culture rather than developing over the course of the culture. So the Egyptians had a revelation right immediately that the most fundamental of gods was the one who created as a consequence of his tongue and his speech, very much akin to the Sumerian idea with regards to Marduk and also to later Judeo-Christian ideas. So here's the story. There's 4 players in this drama, okay? There's Osiris, his wife Isis, Horus, their son, and Seth. And Seth is Osiris' evil brother. Okay, now Osiris was a remarkable guy. He was the founder of the Egyptian state from the mythological perspective. So kind of like Romulus and Remus for Rome, or like George Washington for the US, right? A mythologized figure who represented all of the pharaohs and people, for that matter, who'd actually constructed the Egyptian state. Osiris, father of Egypt, so to speak. But Osiris is kind of old and a little archaic and maybe a little bit senile, and even possibly a little bit naive in that, you know, even no matter how great you were in your youth, as time goes on, you lose contact with environmental transformations, and the old rules that you live by are not necessarily applicable to the present, and some of those things that you ignore become paramount in importance. And it turns out that Osiris has an evil brother, Seth, and Seth eventually turns into Satan as mythology develops through the centuries. And Seth is a nasty guy, right? I mean, what he wants more than anything is undeserved dominion over the Egyptian state. Now Osiris, because he's not paying attention and because he isn't sufficiently cognizant anymore of the power of evil, more or less ignores his evil brother, who in turn chops him into pieces and then distributes his pieces all over the Egyptian state. Now, you might say, well, why didn't he just kill him, right? I mean, you'd think chopping him up would kill him, but he's a god. You can't just kill him. The reason in mythology, and you see this in movies as well, where the villain never quite dies, or the hero never quite dies, is because even if you eliminate individual embodiments of what those figures represent, new embodiments manifest themselves virtually immediately. So one of the things mythology is quite clear about is that you never win a final battle with evil. It's a permanent property of the world. So, anyways, Seth hacks up Osiris, spreads them all over the land. Osiris ends up living a kind of shadowy and nebulous ghost-like existence down in the underworld, and Seth becomes the ruler of the state. A nasty story. All right, but Osiris has Isis as a wife. Now, Isis had a huge cult. She was a powerful goddess of the underworld. A kind of combination of Kelly and Diana, so to speak, capable of tremendous destructive power, but also the source of all good things, something very much like Tiamat. Now Isis got wind of her husband's disintegration, so to speak, and she went searching around Egypt till she found his phallus. And with it she makes herself pregnant. Okay, so what does that mean exactly? It means something like this. The collapse of any great order brings with it new potential. And I think this is something that capitalism has way over forms of government like communism. Capitalism has mechanisms in place to allow large structures that are no longer meeting their function to collapse. But frequently when they collapse, it's not like they disintegrate into dust, right? They disintegrate into subcomponents, so to speak, many of which then come to terms with the fact that the order has collapsed and build something new. So you can't get rid of culture so easily. You can hack it up into bits, you can disembody it, so to speak, you can spread it all over the state, you can introduce chaos into it, but that's something that has the potential of new birth, like the phoenix rising from the ashes. So anyways, Isis, who's the matrix, who's Tiamat, gets Osiris's phallus, which is the container of the germ of culture, right? The phenomena that's capable of the seminal idea, and she makes herself pregnant. And she gives birth to Horus, who's the long-lost son of the rightful king, right? A very typical mythological motif. Okay, so Horus is alienated from the kingdom, which is another very common mythological motif, you know, like how King Arthur, for example, is raised by commoners. This same story pops up in in the story of Christ, for example, because Christ has heavenly parents, but then he also has his kind of ordinary parents, and it's a very common motif. Anyway, so Horus grows up outside of the classical structure of the Egyptian state, which is tilted terribly towards evil because Seth is dominated, because Osiris was too blind to his evil brother to take appropriate defensive actions, and he grows to maturity. And then he decides, like all rightful sons of the long-lost king, to reclaim his heritage. So he goes back to Egypt, right? And he has this vicious battle with Seth. And in the process, Seth tears out one of his eyes. Well, fine, and that's an indication of just exactly how devastating a battle with the forces of evil, so to speak, precisely are. They represent a critical threat to the integrity of consciousness, right? That's why he loses an eye. Well, luckily enough, Horus has got his act together, and he does defeat Seth, and he banishes him, and he gets the eye back. And then you think, okay, great. Pop the eye back in, become emperor, everything's fine. Now, let's backtrack a little bit and think about this politically. Now, the Egyptians had this really weird idea. They had the idea that the living pharaoh was the living pharaoh and the dead pharaoh at the same time. That makes no sense rationally, but it makes a lot of sense from a narrative perspective, because what they were saying is something like this. Look, you got to think that when you become king, or when you become president, or when you take on a role of that absolute magnitude, that then you're partly you, but you're also partly this role, and there's really no way out of that, right? And the role is composed of the unbelievable weight of the cultural tradition that you're representing. And you can say, well, that's true for being king or for being president, but it's also true if you become a doctor or a lawyer, or any sort of specialized occupation. It's partly you, because you're embodying the role, but it's partly the role too. So the pharaoh is the live pharaoh and the dead pharaoh, because the dead pharaoh represents culture, right? The king is dead, long live the king. Okay. But paralleling that idea was the idea that the pharaoh was not only the dead pharaoh and the live pharaoh at the same time, but that he was Osiris and Horus at the same time. But then you think in the story, Horus has taken over Seth, he's got his eye back, he can be king. But he isn't king yet. And this is where the Egyptians really get their act together. And I think of the two stories that I'm telling you, this is the one that has the most significance, I think, for modern people, because we're so likely to sidestep our obligation to our culture, whatever that happens to be. So instead of popping this eye back in his head, which is the first thing you'd think he does, he decides he's going to go back to the underworld, where Osiris is living in this ghost-like and dead manner since he's been chopped up by Seth. So he goes down into the underworld, which is no piece of cake, and he finds Osiris there in this kind of half-dead state, and he gives him his eye. And that enlightens Osiris, right? It gives him vision. And so then he takes Osiris back to Egypt, arm in arm, so to speak, and it's the conjunction of Osiris and Horus that constitutes the basis for Egyptian sovereignty. And that is bloody brilliant, right? Because the Egyptians figured out that, so Horus is Marduk for all intents and purposes, right? He's this avenging hero. In the Egyptian story, he fights political corruption rather than chaos, but you can understand that those are two flip sides of the hero archetype. They are. The hero archetype has two basic elements. One is the confrontation of the terrible aspect of nature, chaos in its most brutal form, and the other is the confrontation with the archaic aspect of culture. And in some ways those aren't distinguishable, because if culture isn't archaic, chaos never makes itself present. So, which is to say, you can't separate out political degradation from environmental degradation, say. It's the same idea. So anyways, Horus has this great idea. He needs his father, right? And I told you about the same motif emerging in Pinocchio. We already looked at that. Right? Pinocchio doesn't become genuine until he risks his life saving his father. All right, so the same thing is happening in this particular situation. So that's pretty cool. So then you get this situation where the Egyptians characterize sovereignty as the capability to overcome evil in the political domain, combined with, and that's a youthful capability, right? Combined with the wisdom of the past. All right, then you look at that from a political perspective, and you find out already that the Egyptians viewed the pharaoh as the live pharaoh and the dead pharaoh simultaneously. But then you find out something else that's interesting, and it gives you some real insight into just exactly how bloody powerful these ideas were. So you think, what did the Egyptians do with their spare time? And then you think, well, they built the pyramids, right? I mean, and that was no trivial undertaking. It was sort of the 5000 BC equivalent of flying to Mars. And I mean, the pyramids are pretty impressive now, but they were a hell of a lot more impressive in their original form because they were in the middle of an immense complex. And the pyramids were dedicated to the immortality of the pharaoh. And the pharaoh was possessed by a spirit called Ka. And Ka was his immortal spirit, and it was the union of Horus and Osiris. Okay, so Egyptian society was dedicated to deifying the immortal spirit of the pharaoh, the union of Horus and Osiris. And it was this union that gave it was this identification with this union that gave the pharaoh a phenomena the Egyptians called Mat. And Mat was like truth or good order. And you can think about it as conscience in a sense. As if the pharaoh was utilizing the union of Horus and Osiris, then he would have an intuitive ability to decide what the appropriate course of order was. And so the Egyptians would say, for example, when the pharaoh came into the court, they'd say, the sun has risen, and by that they meant that the power that reigned over the dominion of the night had arrived. They conceptualized Mat as the capacity to put order in the place of chaos, essentially formally. So they assimilated the union of Horus and Osiris with the capability of putting order in the face of chaos. They regarded that as immortal, and they spent all of the excess resources of their society glorifying that idea. And you think, you don't produce something like the pyramids without really being possessed by an idea, right? This is no trivial undertaking. It's going over a period of several hundred, if not several thousand years. It takes an awful lot of work. So this idea of the immortality of the union of Horus and Osiris and its association with sovereignty was an absolutely potent idea for the Egyptians. It gave their whole culture motive force. Okay, so the Egyptians thought, Pharaoh's immortal, and that's the reason why, and we more or less partake in his immortality by being his subjects, so that was a pretty good deal. But then Eliade points out something very interesting, and this is called the democratization of Osiris. And what you found was that initially there were certain symbolic representations representing the immortality of the pharaoh that could only be used by the pharaoh. But as Egyptian culture continued to develop, then the symbolic representations of immortality started to be adopted by the aristocracy. Now, what did that mean? It meant that this process that the Egyptians had conceptualized as integral to the order of the state was no longer solely embodied in the hands of the pharaoh, right? It had started to drift down the power hierarchy into the aristocracy. Okay. Well, then you think, what happens after that? So by the end of Egyptian society, the aristocrats were characterized by an identity with the union of Horus and Osiris, right? Sovereignty had started to spread itself out. Then you think what starts to happen with the Greeks, right? The Greeks attribute sovereignty to every male Greek. Barbarians, no. Women, no. But at least all males, right? You get a beginning of a democratic notion there. The Jews developing ideas that, if not derived from Egypt, were at least similar in structure to Egyptian ideas, say, not the aristocracy, not the pharaoh, but every individual has the capacity of establishing a direct relationship with the form of the deity, right? Then you have a Christian revolution that follows that, where the idea that sovereignty inheres in the individual is distributed to everyone, right? Everyone. Male, female, criminal, non-criminal, murderer, rapist, taxman, you name it. Sovereignty inheres within them, and it's on that soil that our whole democratic culture emerges. These unbelievably archaic ideas, first acted out, right? First embodied in ritual, first dramatized, then only told as stories, developing more and more coherence over stretches of time of thousands of years, not hundreds of years, but thousands of years, becoming more coherent, becoming more pointed, becoming more relevant with regards to their embodiment, then starting to become understood explicitly and distributed through the entire society. And it's on that ground that our world rests, not on the ground of rationality as established in, say, Europe in 1500. what we have is much more profound and solid and deep than any mere rational construction. It's a form of government, an equilibrated state, so to speak, that's a consequence of an emergent, if not evolutionary, at least social evolutionary process. And I would say that it stems much farther back than that, because you can imagine something like this. Look, if this ideal personality that should be sovereign is represented by the optimal combination of creativity and traditionalism, say, if that's the optimal combination, and if we're prepared to regard that as optimal, if that's what you perceive when you perceive someone that you respect and admire, then you could say that success in our social hierarchies is predicated on the degree to which you actually embody that combination. And then you see an interaction between individual success and this social construction that would be an interaction that extends over centuries or even thousands of centuries, so that as these ideas become more and more developed, we become more and more adapted to embodying them as a consequence of evolutionary pressure. So it's not just cultural, it's also biological. So our political presuppositions rest on a cultural basis, which is unbelievably archaic, resting in turn on something even lower than that. And I think examples of that are those that I've provided you with already. We know, for example, that chimps who have to live in a dominance hierarchy are very aggressive, especially the males, but they're also very cooperative. So the males who are aggressive spend a substantial amount of time repairing social boundaries in the aftermath of an aggressive incident, because they're just as concerned with keeping the bloody hierarchy intact as they are in climbing it. They have to be. And we know that even wolves won't kill a subordinate wolf once they've defeated it. They allow the subordinate wolf to maintain its own existence, right? They have this notion, this procedural notion, that even those entities that appear insignificant may, in some manner that's beyond speech, still contribute to the integrity of the whole. And that's an idea that's very much similar to our notion that sovereignty inheres in the individual, right? We've taken it further. No matter what you do, even if you're in clear violation of the law, your rights remain intact, because no matter how outcast you are and how apparently beyond redemption, your existence may still contribute something to the integrity of the whole. And as far as I'm concerned, that doesn't appear to be a metaphorical idea. If you dismiss it, you cannot dismiss it without simultaneously dismissing the ground on which our states rest. And so then you have to ask yourself, are you willing to do that? And if the answer is no, well, then you have to start to question what it is that you actually believe. Because if you buy the doctrine of natural rights, which you do, you act it out, then all of this follows in its wake, or it rests on sand. And it bloody well better not rest on sand. maybe you're 35 years old and you've never had a job. And one of the things that's stopping you is that you're so damn nervous that you can't pick up a phone and use it, because if anything unexpected happens while you're talking, you get scared so badly you have to hang up. And so that would be characteristic of somebody with a severe anxiety disorder. And so what do you do with that person? So you say, well, are they afraid of the phone? Well, no. What are they afraid of? Well, they're afraid of anomalies in human interaction, right? They're afraid of something unexpected happening while they're trying to impose a structure. And the reason they're afraid of that is because they never learned that they were capable of dealing with the emergence of something new on an ongoing basis, which meant that, well, which meant in all likelihood that when they were children, they were so sheltered from any contact with those aspects of being that transcend knowledge that they never learned that there was something inside of them that would reveal itself if they were allowed the opportunity to encounter the unknown, to encounter fear, then to master it, then to extract out something of value. So they can't get a job because they can't use the phone. And it isn't because they can't use the phone, right? It's a deeper story than that. It's because they're terrified of this, and they have no idea that they have some resource they could draw on to combat it. And you could say, well, we can teach them to use the phone, right? Say, well, you know, here's a repertoire of stock lines that you might use, you know, like small talk at a party. And that would increase what they know and enable them to deal with the unknown. Or you could say, look, you know, relax a little bit. When the person says something on the phone that you don't understand, pause a little bit. Think about what they're saying. Pay attention to them. Allow yourself the luxury of formulating a response. You'll do fine. And even if you do it badly the first half a dozen times, well, you'll learn eventually. And the person derives from that the notion that not only can they cope on the phone, but that possibly there's more to them that originally met the eye. We come into the world equipped with an array of possibilities and limitations. Those possibilities and limitations are expressed most particularly in our physical form. The fact that we have a specific kind of embodied form that allows us to do certain things and that also doesn't allow us to do certain other things. Lao Tzu has pointed out that it's the space inside a pot that makes the pot worthwhile. And what he means by that is that those things that limit you give you as much form and possibility as those things that enable you. What that means more broadly is the fact that you come to a given circumstance with a set of possibilities and a set of limitations. It's that allows you to impose form on what you encounter. So that the whole notion of form is attendant in some peculiar way that we don't really understand yet on the necessity of limitation. And I think the best way to understand that, or to begin to understand that, is to give some consideration to the notion of a game. So for example, if you're playing chess, there's a virtually unlimited number of things you can't do, and only a very narrow number of things that you can do. Yet when you're playing chess, the arbitrary limitations that are imposed on each piece don't seem to be unfair in any sort of cosmic sense. They seem to be part of the structure that enables you to actually play the game. Without the imposition of those rules, which are of course relatively arbitrary in their structure, there wouldn't be a game at all. Now, it's clear that for human beings, games and fantasy, for that matter, shade up into reality, so that the game structures that we engage in and the fantasy structures that we use to undergird our stories and our pretend play, say when we're children, shade imperceptibly into real life. We play games because there's something about games that make them deeply analogous to what we do in day-to-day situations. And that means the observation that the rules of a game actually make the game possible is an observation that's broadly applicable to consideration of your own limitation. Some of those limitations and possibilities take the form of emotions and motivations. And we know, I think, incontrovertibly, regardless of the claims of social scientists who are more relativist in their orientation, that human beings come into the world with a standard set of biological predispositions, emotions and motivations. And furthermore, I think we know that it's the fact of those shared emotions and motivations that allow us to communicate at all. And then imagine further that a consequence of that lengthy process of interpersonal negotiation is the emergence of a tremendously complicated game, and not one that's arbitrary, because the game has to have certain rules in order for it to be played at all. So for example, we know that even with rats, if rats, they like to engage in rough and tumble play, and if you put two rats together, juvenile rats, one rat almost always dominates the other. It only takes about a 10% gain in weight on the part of one rat for it to be pretty much stably dominant. And it's always the subordinate rat that introduces play or asks for play. But it turns out that even among rats, if the dominant rat pins or obtains victory over the subordinate rat, more than 70% of the time, the subordinate rat will no longer play. So then you could imagine likewise that if you're going to play a game with some other person, whether it's a game of fantasy or the actual chance to engage in some cooperative real-world activity, unless that person allows you a certain amount of space for the manifestation of your own emotional and motivational needs, you're not going to play the game with them, right? You're going to look for another game. And that means that there's a certain set of difficult to describe constraints for all of you on games that you're willing to play before you'll look for another game. Well, and then you can start to conceive of revolutionary tendencies in that sense, right? Imagine a human society that's got so unstable that the vast majority of the citizens within that society are subjugated to starvation, so the society no longer provides their basic needs, and constant tyranny. You could imagine as well that there's going to be an innate tendency among the members of that society to start hypothesizing about what alternatives might be possible, right? To start dreaming about alternative societies, and then also to take action if the situation becomes too extreme. And I think this is part of the reason why you see stable mythological motifs across different cultures. It's not so much like Jung said that we have archetypes of what might constitute social order deeply embedded in our unconscious. I think the situation is more externalized than that, in that what's biological is what we bring to the situation, our hopes and our desires, and the fact that we have hopes and desires. Now, I think what happens with stories is something like this, is that as human societies increase in complexity and number, so they become bigger and more people engage in the negotiating process, exchanging emotional and motivational information, the pattern that the society takes, if it's going to be stable across long periods of time, starts to become encoded in the stories. So imagine, you've got your emotions and your motivations, you make your case known, 10,000 other people do that over 1,000 years, and a structure starts to emerge that satisfies more or less all of these emotions and motivational states, and is also recognizable as a pattern. So then you could say, for example, considering a story like Moses and the imposition of the 10 Commandments on the ancient Hebrews, prior to his imposition of those 10 commandments, and of course there were actually many more than 10, Moses, according to the mythological story, Moses spent years, literally years, adjudicating conflict between the people that he was leading. 18 hours a day, they'd come to him with their various problems, saying, we have a dispute, how should it be settled? And he'd settle it. Well, imagine doing that for 10 years, right? Becoming an expert at evaluating what constitutes an appropriate solution to an emotional problem between two people. Imagine as well that as a consequence of doing that for such a long period of time, you start to become able to abstract out lawful regularities in the manner in which people have to interact in order for peace to be maintained. Imagine further that those could be codified in stories, but even more codified as law eventually, when consciousness became capable of grasping explicitly the nature of the interactions. So my point is a point very much like Nietzsche's, because Nietzsche said at the end of the 19th century that it's a mistake to presume that most of our philosophies are rational in nature, and I think that's a mistake that characterizes Western philosophical thinking, at least since the Enlightenment. It's a mistake to assume that there was a chaotic social state upon which a rational order was imposed as a consequence of rational action. It's much more reasonable to presuppose that the order emerged naturally over lengthy periods of time and then was interpreted and codified and given structure in a secondary manner. And so what I'm trying to outline for you in large part is the processes by which that order comes to be. So you say, first it's behavioral, emotional, motivational. People and even animals communicate in a way that makes their motivational and emotional needs known to one another. So even among wolves and chimpanzees and any kind of lower order social animal, you have the emergence of dominance hierarchies, fundamentally, which are stable solutions to the entire set of emotional and motivational problems that besets the group. And no one would ever say that the emergence of a chimpanzee dominance hierarchy is a consequence of rational deliberation. So then imagine chimpanzees get the power to watch what they're doing and to start to represent it. And then imagine furthermore that that representation takes the form of stories and then laws. And then you have some idea about how human social order comes to be. And this is an exciting possibility for me because it offers the potential solution to one major question, which is, how is it that people should act? And because we're essentially rationalist in our presuppositions, we believe that there are rationalist solutions to that, but the solutions may be something that are much more akin to biological solutions. First, I want you to consider the following hypothesis. Okay, so we're going to make the presupposition, a couple of presuppositions that I don't think are unreasonable. First is that we are essentially animals, that we've evolved in a Darwinian fashion. And second, that the consequence of that evolution, much of which was precognitive, right? We were around as creatures before we were capable of thinking in words, say. Much of that evolutionary history has conditioned the manner in which we think. So we think more like biological entities than we think like computers, or we think more like biological entities than we think like rational machines. And of course we already know that rational machines cannot think very well except in very bounded environments because they don't have access to an embodied structure or to emotions and motivations. So then you might say, well, why is it that, like in the Mesopotamian and Egyptian creation myths, our most fundamental representations of the world tend to take story form, and that not only do they take story form, but they tend to utilize certain kinds of categories. Now, I've showed you this diagram before. This represents what I think are the three cardinal categories of experience. So there's the Great Mother who's holding the world in her hand here, and inside her, subordinate in a sense, is the Great Father. This is a Christian representation, obviously. And then the tragic Son, of course, in the crowd here, representing society, is adoring the figure of the tragic hero here because they regard his mode of being as necessary to their own salvation, so to speak, their own proper mode of living. Okay, so then you think, well, why these characters? And I'd offer you this possibility is, first of all, every human being that's ever lived has lived in an environment characterized by the presence of these three entities, right? We have mothers, we have fathers, and we exist as individuals. And then you think, well, when you're a child and you begin to comprehend the world, the outside world, everything outside of the family is of course vague and ill-defined, right? Non-existent in a sense. And all there is for you to observe is the mother, who for you really is the whole world, and the father, a secondary source of comfort and trouble perhaps, and the fact of your own individuality. And so you say, well, that's true from the perspective of individual development. But then if you go way, way back in history, maybe 500,000 years, when our cognitive capacities were first starting to develop and we were trying to figure out what the world was really like, what categories would we have at our disposal to start to modify and change in order to represent the outside world? And then you might think, you can only talk about what you don't know in terms that you know. And since for the child the mother is the world, it isn't absurd to presume that for the human being the world is the mother first, as a projection, right? As an a priori cognitive schema. The hypothesis being the natural world, which of course does manifest itself in truth in the mother, partakes in many ways of the same properties as the mother. It's a working hypothesis, just like you might presume if you date a new woman that she has aspects of your sister, all things considered, aspects of your mother, given that they were also female. You take what you know to represent what you don't know. So we use our fundamental social cognitive categories initially to portray the world, and the world's nature is portrayed in personified or metaphorical form. And so then the question is, what are the primary categories? Well, we have 3 of them here. But they're not the only 3, because this is all good, this category system: the benevolent mother, the benevolent father, and the hero. Well, we know the world is not only benevolent, it's also malevolent. Or at least we can say that because we're equipped with certain emotional possibilities and certain motivational possibilities, the probability that we will encounter despair and frustration and disappointment and anxiety is just as real as the possibility that we will encounter elation and hope and satisfaction. So for us, the world is bivalent. It takes with one hand and gives with the other, and that's true for the natural world, which produces us and destroys us, as it is for the social world, which fosters our development and crushes our individuality, and as well for the individual, who in many regards is as admirable a creature as you could hope ever to propose, and at the same time someone who's capable of unbelievable depths of depravity. So a world that's not only divided into 3 fundamental categories, but each category divided into a structure that's essentially ambivalent in its fundamental element. And of course, that poses the central existential problem for human existence, doesn't it? I mean, we're faced with the vagaries of the natural world and what we don't understand, the vagaries of the social world and its often arbitrary and unreasonable demands on us, and the fact of our capacity for transcendence tied to our own vulnerability. And you could say perfectly reasonably that regardless of where you're situated in time and space, those are basically your problems. And your goal through life, your path through life, is going to be characterized by the solutions you either come up with or don't come up with to that set of problems. Okay, so there's one more categorical element that complicates this picture, and I think in many ways it's the most difficult thing there is to grasp. So we'll take a shot at it first, and I've showed you this representation before. This is the dragon of chaos, and you can think of the dragon of chaos as a symbol of totality, and furthermore you can think of it in relationship to this structure as the source of this structure, or even as the source of all structure. So you see in the Sumerian creation myth, for example, the character of Tiamat, right? And I told you that the word Tiamat is associated with the later Hebrew word Teom, which means chaos, and Teom is the chaos that Yahweh makes order out of, makes the world out of. So the idea lurking behind the Sumerian creation myth, and then later lurking behind the entire edifice of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam for that matter, is that something that can be best represented by this figure is best conceptualized as the ground of everything that exists. Now, what in the world can that mean? Well, it means something like this. Let's look at the concrete metaphorical representation. And first of all, you have a kind of totality here, right? You have a thing that can live by devouring itself. So it has no need of anything outside of it. In fact, there is nothing outside of it. It's a figure of absolute totality. And it's characterized by a strange intermixture of metaphorical representations of matter, because a snake is something that crawls on the ground, and spirit, because a winged serpent is something that can fly and therefore partakes of the metaphorical realm of heaven. Heaven and earth, right? Totality. Yin and yang from the Taoist perspective. That's the entire world. And it's also something that's characterized by the capacity for transformation, because a snake can shed its skin and be reborn, so it's something that's constantly renewing itself despite its absolutely archaic age. And it's also something that presents a terrible danger and tremendous opportunity, because a dragon is something that will burn you if you get anywhere near it, but also hoards a treasure that's more valuable than anything else. Eliade has pointed out that in traditional classic creation myths, the Sumerian myth being one example, when the hero, whoever the hero is, first encounters the great dragon of chaos, he either runs away or is paralyzed by fright. The world in itself is a complex array of patterns, and those patterns manifest themselves in space and they manifest themselves in time. And I think the best way to get a grip on what those patterns might be like is to think of them in terms of music. And I think that's what music represents. Music is this complex, three-dimensional structure full of interwoven patterns of different dimensions and length that expends itself over time. And if you listen to a piece of music, you can concentrate on one instrument or another, or you can concentrate on a phrase, or you can concentrate on the entire melody or the voice. You can parse out different elements from the complex background. And that's especially the case with very sophisticated orchestral music, right? Which is susceptible to multiple reinterpretations and multiple encounters because of its complexity. And this is to say only that what you look at is far more complicated than what you see, or to say alternatively that there's more information in anything you perceive than you could ever get complete access to. And that's partly because your perceptual systems delude you. So we think you look with your eyes or with your other senses, but that's only true when you're looking at what you already know what to look at, right? When you've already built perceptual machinery that enables you to detect a particular object. But when you're looking at what you don't know what to look at, the way you look is by getting nervous, right? It's not precisely a perceptual function. It's something much more deeper and primordial than that. And it's more like, oh no, something that I cannot categorize either perceptually or cognitively, something that I do not know how to respond to, has just occurred. And the first categorization is this. That's it. There's nothing under that. It's merely fear plus heightened attention. And that prepares the ground for constructing a more detailed representation. But that first encounter, that's the encounter with the Dragon of Chaos. So then you take this figure, the source of all things, the Tao in some ways, and you say, well, how does it manifest itself? And the answer to that is something like this. And we see this both in the Mesopotamian and the Egyptian myths that I described to you. The first division of the great dragon of chaos, or the primordial egg, is always into two subordinate elements, the great father and the great mother. Why is that? Well, it's illustrative of the fundamental binary nature of existence. If you're a cognizant being, a defined, delimited being, what you perceive always has a binary structure. There's the aspect of you that's structured enough to allow the perceiving. That's what you know. That's the manner in which you're structured, so that you can even formulate a perception, something a child builds up over time from the primordial aspects, say, of his visual system or his auditory system. Learns to parse up the world by generating machinery that allows the complex patterns that make up the world to be turned into objects. So there's the structure that allows the perceiving, and then there's the thing that's being perceived, or the thing behind that. And this is a very complicated distinction. You'd say, well, what's the difference between the Dragon of Chaos, say, the representation of the cosmos as such, and the Great Mother? And I would say it's something like this. The unknown that appears in relationship to a perceiver is different than the unknown as such. So I would say this, for example: there are going to be things that surprise you that wouldn't surprise me, and vice versa. And the things that would surprise you have to be construed in relationship to what you already know. Because you're only going to be surprised by things you don't know. And likewise for me, I'm only going to be surprised by things I don't know. But what we know is going to vary somewhat. So the unknown for you is going to be different than the unknown for me. And the Great Mother is a representation of the unknown for you, or the unknown for me. Different for everyone in some sense, because we're all going to be stymied and stopped by different aspects of being, but the same as well, in that when you encounter things you don't understand, and you encounter things you don't understand, in many, many ways, you're going to react to those different things the same way. And I can give you a narrative illustration of this. King Arthur's knights, They sit around the round table. They're all equals. That's why they sit around a round table, right? They have a king. The king determines their destinies like Marduk does, but they're still all equal. They determine they're going to go look for the Holy Grail, which is a symbol of redemption. So they're off to find the highest value, like Pinocchio wishing on a star. Highest value. And they all enter the forest to begin their quest, but they each enter it at the place that appears darkest to each of them, right? So that means they all go in different directions, even though they're on the same quest, and theoretically they're inhabiting the same space. So it's only to say that every person has their demons, so to speak, and that those demons differ from person to person, even though there are things you can say about the demons that are common across people. So we know, for example, from clinical work, from endless clinical work, that if you want to help someone, you identify, okay, what do you want to do? They need to know that, right? That's this. What do you want to do? Where do you want to go? What kind of structure do you want to impose on your world? And then you identify, okay, well, what things are stopping you? So then you look back at the Sumerian creation myth and you think, well, there's Apsu, right? God of the known, Tiamat's consort, right? Culture. But there's also Marduk, and Marduk is the power, the spirit, the entity, representation of the Sumerian savior, who goes out to confront this and to make the world. Well, that's what you teach people in behavior therapy. You teach them not so much that. You don't teach them habituation. You don't teach them to get used to things that they're afraid of. You teach them that there's something within them that can respond to the things that they're afraid of that's of as great a magnitude as the fear.
I'm Lynn Slater, and I'm also known as the Accidental Icon. I am a professor and a cultural influencer.
So cool.
People would say to me, you have amazing style, you should start a blog. I said, well, I know how to write, I'm a professor, and I'll use that blog as a way of researching and investigating a topic I really like, which is fashion. I always remember, why are you doing this? It's to be creative and to always keep evolving.
Yeah, that's the spot.
Do you want to learn to draw professional and impressive artwork from scratch that will blow people's minds?
Here's themselves.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, when a computer starts up, it has to bootstrap is what that means. And bootstraps itself by continuing to engage in more and more complex processes as it starts up. So it starts up with a simple process, and that triggers a more complex process, and that triggers a more complex process, and that way the computer boots itself into existence. Well, that's exactly what we did, except we did it over like 3 billion years, right? We started out as these unbelievably simple organisms that could pretty much do nothing at all except replicate and develop much more and more complex forms over this tremendously long period of evolutionary history, right? So that's how we solved the problem that you can't know anything without knowing something, and that you can't have knowledge without generating it. It's a little knowledge, a little more generation, a little knowledge, a little more generation, a little knowledge. This huge spiraling process that extends over vast amounts of time. Information encoded in your
Ah. Ah. Yeah. That's the spot. Ah. Yeah. That's the spot. Johnny. What's wrong? I miss
body, right, as part of the nature of your being, and information encoded in your culture, reflected inside you and acted out in the world. And as scientists, you know, with this 500-year history of science behind us, we always believe that it's the material substrate of things that's the reality. But it is more complicated than that, because even the material substrate that we consider as scientists isn't merely unformed stuff, right? It has structure, it's patterned, it's full of information, and there are physicists working now who believe that conceptualization of the ground of being, the material ground of being, as information is a more fruitful metaphor than conceptualization of the ground of being as like unformed matter. It's not unformed, right? It's patterned and regular, informative, so that if you investigate it, it reveals order. That's not just a material structure. So if you go back to Democritus, right, the person who originated the atomic hypothesis, Democritus actually says two things, not one. He says everything's made out of atoms, little bits of stuff. But the other thing he says is atoms array themselves in space, array themselves. And what that means is that the atomic structure of things is patterned, and that the pattern is just as real as the atoms themselves. It's the pattern that's the knowledge, right? It's the pattern that's the information. So what we encounter as conscious beings is this complexly patterned array, which we then turn into knowledge, usable knowledge. I said, well, how would this metaphorical representation work? And so the way I want you to look at this figure is like this. Imagine this as distant, right, as lurking in the background. So this is the ground of all being, manifesting itself as one primordial archetype, or one standard mode of metaphorical representation. Why this figure? Well, this is complicated, I think. If you show men a picture of a beautiful woman with her eyes averted while you're doing a brain scan mapping of their nucleus accumbens, nothing happens. Why is that relevant? Well, the nucleus accumbens is part of the underlying emotional circuitry that governs approach behavior and pleasure. And approach behavior and pleasure are very tightly intertwined. If you show the same man a picture of a beautiful woman with her eyes locked on his nucleus accumbens will light up. Why is that? Well, it's partly because men are innately attuned to female beauty. Female beauty has a standard form, it's replicable cross-culturally, it constitutes the averaged human female form. But more than that, the gaze locking is an indication of shared attention. And it's also the indication of the initial establishment of a shared attentional space. And it's an invitation. And that invitation activates approach circuitry, even if it's just a picture. So, and you can see this if you walk into any drugstore or any drugstore that sells magazines. What do you see? Well, in the men's magazines, you see an infinite array of beautiful women. And in the female magazines, the women's magazines, you see an infinite array of beautiful women. Now, just exactly why is that? Well, there's something absolutely compelling about female beauty. And then you have to ask yourself, what the hell does compelling mean? Okay, so what compelling means is, you're busily engaged in a goal-directed task, and something happens in your peripheral vision, so to speak, that attracts your attention. Now, that attention is attracted by processes that are fundamentally unconscious, which means processes that occur before you can think. So you can imagine a loose collection of college-aged males having a conversation in a bar when someone beautiful walks by, and one or more of them catch her out of the corner of their eyes. Orientation, right? Unconscious. Why? Because there's something about that pattern form that grips attentional systems and directs observation towards it. So then you think, okay, human beings are really, really complicated pattern processors. And you think, well, partly what we're trying to get a handle on here is the nature of the world. And partly what we know already is that there are aspects of the world that you can't understand always. And then you think, well, people are trying to get a grip on the fact that there are parts of the world that you can't understand, so that there's this transcendent element to being that always escapes encapsulation. How would you represent it? Well, it's the transcendent element of things that always attracts your attention, implicitly, beyond your control. So a loud noise, or a scream, or the cry of a baby, or anything horrific, right? Blood, broken bodies. These are stimuli that are so representative of trouble that you can't help but attend to them. And then you can imagine that all the stimuli, so to speak, that you can't help but attend to can be amalgamated into representations of the transcendent aspect of reality. And that's what you see in this representation right here. So you see a weird intermingling of female sexuality plus some very distinct genital symbolism. Why genital? So imagine that that's a vulval opening. Why? Before we had any scientific knowledge at all, let's go 10,000 years ago, what the hell's inside a body? Well, we knew that, I guess, a little bit from hunting, right? We knew the interior of a body. What is it about the interior of a body that allows new forms to be generated? How is it that mothers can give birth to children? How is it that one form that's complex and attractive and mysterious can give rise to another form? Why is that useful knowledge from a representational perspective? Because there's some association between the feminine form from a metaphorical perspective and the capacity for nature to give rise to new forms. And then you see a representation of a typical monstrous form. That's Kali, the Hindu goddess, the devourer. And in this representation, so she's like a more developed version of Tiamat. That's a good way of thinking about her. She's not so much unspeakable anymore. You could actually say a few things about Kali. You could say, well, she's like a spider because she has 8 legs and she weaves a web of fate. And you could say, well, her web is made out of fire because if you get too near to her, you'll burn up. And you could say she glares at you with eyes that are unblinking. And you could say she has a tongue like a tiger. And you could say that she carries weapons of destruction and has a headdress of skulls and that her hair is on fire. And you could say that she's giving birth to this guy as nature gives birth to human beings and is devouring him at the same time, intestines first. And then you could say, well, you could imagine that the first few people that made a representation like that shocked themselves quite badly, right? Because this is a representation of fear itself in a sense, but not exactly. It's also a representation of those stimuli that, if you're human, are going to make you both afraid and compelled, just like it's hard to look away from fire, even if it's burning something down that you wanted to have around. Rats, if you raise a rat to juvenile status and then waft in cat odor, it will completely short circuit. Why? Well, the rat's never seen a cat. So exactly what the hell is it responding to, you think? Well, you could say, well, it's not a conditioned stimulus, right? Because the rat's never encountered a cat. There's something deep in the brain of that rat that knows something about cat odor, but it's never encountered a cat. So exactly what is it perceiving? Well, in some sense, I think the notion that it's perceiving is wrong. It isn't perceiving. It's just going like this. That's the representation. Well, and with chimpanzees who are more complex, there are other stimuli that evoke exactly that kind of response. Chimps don't like snakes. Dead or alive, plastic, rubber, doesn't matter. They don't like snakes. If you put one in their cage, they get as far away from the snake as they can, as quickly as possible, and then they look at it. Because I suppose if you're a chimpanzee, even if you don't like snakes, it's a good idea to know where they are, right? So it's simultaneously repelling, snake, plus attractive. Yeah, well, you better look at it and see where it's going to go. Chimpanzees don't like unconscious chimpanzees. So if you knock a chimpanzee out with anesthetic and you bring the body of the chimpanzee back into the chimpanzee cage, the chimps do exactly the same thing. Away from the body, but they look at it. They don't like masks made of chimpanzee faces. Well, 3-year-old kids don't like masks either. There are these underlying perceptual primitives, so to speak, that likely activate lower limbic mechanisms in our brains that say to us, this is a place, suddenly, where something unexpected that you probably do not like or will not like is very, very likely to happen. So you can imagine that an environment characterized by unconscious bodies or blood or the presence of spiders or snakes, etc., might be a place where a primate such as yourself may encounter things that they don't know how to cope with. Therefore, afraid, right? Same with fear of the dark. And then you can imagine that the dark is populated with all of these monsters of the unknown, and you get some notion of what's happening to children who are afraid of the dark. Why are they afraid of the dark? Because in the dark, which is the place you don't know, lurk things that could hurt a creature like you. What things? Well, we can't exactly say, but if you give children exposure to books and to adult conversation and to television, soon those limbic structures that are populating the darkness with unnameable fear start to populate it up with skeletons and vampires and monsters and so forth and so on, as the representational structures that the brain is capable of generating say, well, fear-inducing things are like that. They're bloody, they're dangerous, they look like serpents, they look like insects, they lurk in the dark, they sneak up on you, etc., all mangled together into some sort of monstrous form. Now I want to read you a story. All right, so let me give you a little background to this story. This story popped into my head in one chunk, like complete, which I thought was kind of interesting, but it was also a story that emerged in solution to a problem I'd been thinking about for a long time, because I was dealing with this guy who didn't want to grow up. So he's caught in a kind of Peter Pan situation. And Peter Pan, Pan means everything, eh? Pan, like pantheistic. And Peter Pan is a child who won't grow up. Now he's magical. Well, okay, fine. Children live in a magical world, right? They're rife with possibility. He's magical. He doesn't want to grow up. So he lives in Neverland with the Lost Boys. Neverland doesn't really exist, and the Lost Boys are obviously boys who haven't managed to establish some mode of being. And he's in constant battle with Captain Hook. And Captain Hook's a tyrant, right? A pirate, a manifestation of the negative archetype of social order. And Captain Hook is always fighting Peter Pan because Peter Pan represents childhood and vulnerability, and he doesn't want to be vulnerable. So they're locked in this sort of eternal battle. And lots of people, I think more commonly men, but not necessarily, get caught in this Peter Pan problem. So I was dealing with a person who was caught in this situation, didn't want to grow up, wouldn't sacrifice childhood. And so this story popped into my head. It's called Cock-a-Doodle-Doo. Once upon a time there was a man who had a long, hard journey ahead of him. He was trudging along the way over boulders and through brushes when he saw a little shiny gnome with big white teeth and a black toupee sitting by the side of the road. He was drumming on a log with 2 white bones and humming oddly to himself. The little gnome said, "John, why work so hard? Why walk so fast? Who knows if you'll ever get there anyway? Come over here, I have something to show you." So John walked off the road. He was sick of walking anyway because people kept throwing sticks and stones at him. The little gnome said, "I have a shiny red jewel that I would like to sell you. Cheap. Here it is." And from beneath his cloak he pulled the biggest ruby that the man had ever seen. It must have weighed 100 pounds and it shone like the sun. The gnome said, "Do you like it? It's an enchanted stone. What will you offer me for it?" And the man said, "I don't have much money, but I'll give you everything I have." The gnome looked displeased. So John added, "I could pay some more monthly." So the gnome accepted. "Fair enough. Buy now, pay later. Sounds good for me. I'm all for the installment plan." So the man gave the gnome all his money and promised to pay the rest later. And the gnome walked back into the bush by the road, clacking his teeth and giggling and twitching. The more the man thought about this ruby, And the great deal he got, the happier he became. He started back on the road with a light heart, but soon discovered that he couldn't make much progress because 100 pounds was a lot to carry. He said to himself, why continue anyways? I have what I want. I'll just stand here holding my ruby, and when people walk by, they can see how well I've already done. So he stopped. A little while later, one of his friends came along and saw him standing there. His friend said, John, why don't you come along with me? I've just opened a new business and I could really use some help. Come along quick. It will be opening soon. John thought that sounded good, but his friend was in a hurry. Besides, couldn't he see the ruby? How could he speed along beside him? Where would he put his jewel? So he said, thanks, but I have to take care of my jewel. Maybe I'll see you later. His friend looked at him like he was crazy, but he was trying to get somewhere quick. So he just shrugged a bit and said, okay, John, see you later. And he sped on down the road. A little while later, another friend came by and he said, John, nice to see you. I'm going back to school. There are lots of wonderful things to learn, great things to do. The world is full of unsolved problems. I could use some company. Would you like to come along? John thought that sounded pretty good, but this friend too looked like he was in a hurry. Besides, standing beside the road holding the jewel was tiring and he needed all the energy he had for that. So he said to his friend, thanks, but I have to take care of my jewel. Isn't it beautiful? Maybe I'll see you later. His friend looked at him like he was crazy, but he was trying to get somewhere quick. So he just shrugged and said, hope everything goes all right with you. See you later. Many friends came and went, and the years went by. The jewel got heavier and heavier, but the man got more and more attached to it. The only thing was, nobody seemed to notice how beautiful it was. People would rush by and talk about their plans, and nobody had a ruby as big, and nobody seemed likely to get a ruby as big, and you'd think that someone might have said something like, at least, nice ruby, John. Sure wish I had one like that, but it never happened. Then one day someone new came down the road. He was bent over and he was thin and his hair was gray, although he didn't look that old. He was carrying a big dirty rock carefully in his arms and he wasn't making much progress. The strange figure approached and glanced up at John. Then he grinned and said, why are you standing there so stupidly with a big ugly rock in your tired old hands? You look pretty daft. I bet you wish you had a big ruby, like the one I am carrying. And John thought, this poor man is deluded. He's carrying a rock. It is I who have the ruby. So he said, excuse me, sir, but you are sadly mistaken. I'm the one with the jewel. I met a little gnome by the side of the road, and he sold it to me. I'm still paying for it, although not so very much. You are carrying a rock. The tired stranger looked annoyed. He said, I don't know what game you're playing, mister. You have a rock. I have a jewel. The little gnome you described sold it to me, and he said it was the only one. I've been carrying it for 20 years, and I'll never let it go. And John said, but I've been carrying mine for 20 years too. It can't be just a rock. Rock or jewel? On and on they argued. Suddenly out stepped the little gnome, as if he'd never left. Only this time he wasn't so little. He was bigger and redder and menacing, and his laugh sounded like the rattling of chains. Quit arguing, you two. I've never seen a sight quite so pathetic. You're carrying rocks, both of you. And if you would have ever had the sense to put them down for a second or two, you would have seen that. Oh well, at least you were diligent. I played a mean trick. I feel bad. So I'm going to give you what you really deserve. Do you want what you really deserve? And John and the thin stranger nodded eagerly. Finally, they thought. You haven't seen anything yet. Throw down your rocks. So John and the thin stranger obeyed. Each rock split down the middle when it hit the ground. Out flowed a river of ravenous white worms, which rushed towards the men and devoured them whole, while they thrashed about and screamed. Soon nothing was left except a leg bone from each. The little gnome picked them up and walked off the road. He sat down by a hollow log and started to drum. He drummed and he waited, and he hummed an odd little tune. A picture of food feeds the whole hungry clan. The image of good makes the whole healthy man. Why walk for miles? Why do the work? Just smile the smile. Success, after all, is a quirk. Life isn't real. That's the message I give. It's easy that way. Plus, who wants to live? So needless to say, the guy that I was telling this story to never listened to it, and things really didn't go well for him for a long, long time. And they really didn't go well for him until he was willing to give up some of the things he was carrying along. So he had acquired, for example, a number of things that he couldn't afford. And the fact that he was carrying them, right, paying for them month after month, meant he couldn't afford to get an education, was perfectly willing to sacrifice the possibility of getting an education for the image of success rather than the reverse, right? And he was completely irritated at the world because he had all these trappings of success, which no one he admired also admired, and he absolutely wasn't getting anywhere. And he thought that was tremendously unfair. But the truth of the matter was that had he put down what he was carrying for even a moment, then he would have been able to get to where he wanted to go. And that's a motif that succinctly and dramatically describes the necessity for sacrifice. One of the things you see in psychotherapy very, very commonly is that the person who's coming for help does the same damn thing over and over and over. And every time they do it, it has the same consequence. Bad. So they end up with the same kind of, they end up in the same kind of relationship, right? It starts out well, then the person turns against them and starts to abuse them. They get abused repeatedly, then it ends, then they meet someone else and the cycle continues. It doesn't seem to matter who they're out with. Either they pick a person like this or they turn the person into someone like that. They lose jobs the same way, or their educational hopes fail the same way. Why? Well, the person thinks, man, the structure of the world is so unfair. Everyone else seems to be getting along just fine. But me, I get hit in the head over and over, exactly the same way. And then you think, well, what is the structure of the world exactly? And then you remember, well, you know, there's the things you don't understand, and there's the things you do understand. And the things you do understand structure you and protect you. But, you know, sometimes the things you do understand aren't the right things, right? You're valuing something, you're carrying something that's an impediment to your further progress, and it's frequently the case that it's the kind of impediment that under no conditions do you want to give up, because there's something about you that says, like John says about the ruby, look, it's a ruby. Who the hell cares if it weighs 100 pounds and I have to stand by the road, right? I still got the ruby, and all you'd ever have to do is put the damn thing down and wander off and everything would be just fine, but you won't do it. Why? Because you don't want to give up what you know, because you don't want to sacrifice anything. Well, long before people had any psychological acumen or any psychological knowledge, they'd already figured out that if you were going to take on a figure like this and expect to get absolutely anywhere with her, right, the horrors of the world, you bloody well better be willing to sacrifice whatever's necessary to keep you going along your path, right? Unfortunately, the things that you have to sacrifice are often those things that you're most particularly compelled by or gripped by or value, the things that you want to give up least, which is why in archaic societies where all of this is dramatized, people sacrifice an animal that they value particularly. Or earlier than that even, a child that they value particularly, right? Dramatically portraying the idea of sacrifice. You have to give something up if you want to make an inroad on what she represents. And so then you say, the purpose of sacrifice is to turn the terrible aspect of the world into the benevolent aspect of the world. And this is Diana, not a Hindu goddess, but a Greek or Roman goddess. The same idea applies in the Hindu case. If you make the appropriate sacrifices, then the terrible aspect of the world turns into the benevolent aspect of the world. And it is the case that even empirical studies of success indicate that intelligence is a handy thing to have, but hard work and dedication is a handy thing to have too. And what that means is that you're constantly willing to sacrifice the impulsive pleasure of the present for the hopes of payback in the future. For example, you sacrifice immediate gratification to obtain an appropriate social role, to take your place in society. It's definitely a sacrifice, right? Because you put off pleasures in the moment to obtain long-term stability and productivity. turn the world into this. And so then you can say, this is how the world falls apart as it's explored, right? So first of all, there's the thing that you can't even name that only fills you with dread, but also with the sense of possibility. And that manifests itself in your life as something concrete that you don't know, promising and threatening. And that divides itself up into those aspects of the world that you value and admire and that hold promise for you, and those aspects of the world that don't. And that's a differentiation as a consequence of exploration. It's not a differentiation of the world into objects, though. It's a differentiation of the world into categories of emotion, those things that are good for you, those things that are bad for you, and the source that they're derived from. Right? That's the background of the world. We'll stop then.
Hi, I'm Rex Moore with the Motley Fool in front of BMW's self-driving exhibit at CES in Las Vegas. Now, have you ever wondered how to invest in this revolutionary technology? Well, I'm going to give you the top 5 things that you might want to know about. And I hope you remember this short list because I believe it's especially important if you're even thinking about investing in the promise of this exciting technology. Number 1, it's probably going to be bigger than you're even imagining, and that's great for investors. Here's what I mean. You yourself might be skeptical at the moment. Maybe you've been hearing about self-driving cars for years but haven't seen any proof that it's going to happen. But I know through my sources that dozens of companies are working non-stop on all aspects of getting these cars to mass market.
We've had written history for 5,000 years, right? People have been generally literate for less than 500 years. But we've had culture for 150,000 years. Identifiable culture for at least 25,000. So the vast period of our enculturation was pre-literate enculturation, before we could write down the rules and transmit them. How were they transmitted, assuming we had culture? Well, there's a variety of mechanisms. We have a tendency to see elements of the world in personified form because most of the interrelationships we have with the world are actually social or interpersonal relationships. So that's basically how our brain is structured. And as we evolved, we developed the capacity to extend our cognitive ability beyond the merely social to take in the world as such. But the categories that we used to do that were still fundamentally social. Now, the reason the unknown per se is symbolized as feminine is because the critical feature of the feminine, and I don't mean the female individual, I mean the feminine as a category, is its capacity to generate new forms. And the unknown as such is logically and appropriately symbolized by the feminine because it's the bringer forth of all things, which is to say that the background of existence, the unknowable background of existence, is the thing that generates everything. Paired with that, of course, according to the schema that we've been working with, is the archetype of the Great Father. And the archetype of the Great Father is the archetype of tradition, fundamentally. The great weight of the past. Because as you incorporate your past, the past of your culture, through the intermediation of your parents, you learn routines and rituals for structuring the unknown. Now, those routines and rituals are patterns of action that you use in the world as such, and also complex patterns of action that you use to structure your own interpretations and your own motor output and your own conceptualizations when you're dealing with other people. And so that would be the absorption most fundamentally of your cultural rules. And the fact of those cultural rules and their incarnation in you essentially keeps chaos at bay, which means if two of you share the same cultural structure, assuming you're playing the same game, so to speak, that means that you can each predict each other's responses, which is very, very useful because that way you can be sure that you can trust the other person. You can more or less infer their goals because after all their value structure is similar to yours, and if you can infer their goals, that means you can embody their emotions. So that's the benevolent aspect of tradition, right? The part that protects and shelters you and structures the nature of your being in the face of existential terror and doubt, so to speak. But there's also an aspect of tradition that's terrible, tyrannical. It's the part that marches young men off to war, say, in defense of the structures that it's protecting. It's the part that says, when you're a teenager, wear this and not this, or you'll be the target of mockery for all your peers. It's the part of the structure that crushes the creative life out of you because the tyrannical aspect of social order doesn't want your creative life, so to speak. What it wants is your obedience, because your obedience is what makes the machine run smooth. And so you're always in an ambivalent relationship with regards to security, to authority. On the one hand, it provides you shelter and what you need and allows you to gain the benefits of literally thousands and thousands of years of cultural evolution. On the other hand, it's the thing that makes you obey or face the painful consequences thereof, which can range from
mere social exclusion and consequent re-exposure to the unknown, to truly oppressive practices designed to make you be exactly like everyone else, or else. And so you could say, most particularly, again, that's a standard existential problem. It's a problem that's faced by people in every place and in every culture, balancing the appropriate attitude towards culture. So the most fundamental representation of culture can be portrayed essentially in this manner, I think. And what you see here is the dragon of chaos, of course, lurking in the background. And what that means is that all forms come from the formless, and that the Father itself is a primary form, a representation of God the Father. And God the Father in the Christian Trinity is the representation of the positive and the security-inducing and the tyrannical aspect of social order, right? God has a set of rules for you. You bloody well better listen to those rules. If you don't, all hell's going to break loose. And, that's a pretty reasonable summary of how things work, unfortunately. So on the one hand, God offers security. On the other hand, he offers tyranny. And in total, that basically represents order. So you can see this representation is quite useful. It shows God standing over this city, which, of course, is a city committed to him fundamentally, so it operates under the moral principles that he represents, and behind him is a representation of the sun, which is partly a representation of the source of all life, partly a representation of the source of consciousness and illumination, right? Because he was conscious during the day, and partly a halo representing the sort of transcendent nature of the social order that structures existence. So it's a primary phenomenon, and it's only to say that in all human experience there's a cultural aspect and a natural aspect, and the funny thing is the cultural aspect in some ways is natural, is the natural aspect, right? Because we're social beings, we can't exist without society. Society structures our very nature. We're beneficiaries and victims.
Yeah.
And so then, just as the case, just as is the case with the feminine, there's two aspects that can be represented metaphorically with regards to the masculine. You can say, well, the secure aspect of social order is the wise king, and you can see a medieval representation of him here, sitting on his throne calmly in a relatively open posture. That means he's ready to listen to supplicants, to people who are coming to talk to him. He's holding an orb with a cross on top of it, which means essentially that he's in control of the world, and that the world is subordinated to something else that's represented by the cross. A wise and just ruler. And then his mirror image here is the sun-devouring king, a very common mythological theme, the father who wants to destroy his son. And there's shades of the Oedipal conflict in that, of course, if you remember your Freud. But basically what it means is this, is that despite the fact that every human being is an offspring of culture by nature, every human being is also in the terrible position of facing the fact that their very individuality is likely to be crushed out of them during the socialization process, and that, in a sense, that's really not avoidable. I mean, if you're subject to really tyrannical socialization, it's obviously a much more cardinal problem, right? But even if you're subject to socialization under normal circumstances, you are still what you are rather than the manifold things that you could have otherwise been. And just to give you some sense of how dramatic a process this really is, one of the things you should know is that you actually die into your brain. So one of the things you might wonder is, why is it that death evolved? It doesn't really make that much sense from a Darwinian perspective, right? Because you'd make the presupposition that if you could just stick around and father children, say, for 250 years, you'd be doing a lot better job than the poor sap who only lived to be 30. So why is it that you only live to be 70 and really your period of fertility is over, say, by the time you're 40? Why would that be? What's the utility of death? And then you remember, well, the environment's always changing, right, in this chaotic manner that's represented by the Great Mother. Can you change with it? And the answer to that is yes, but only to a certain point, which is why as people age, they tend to become more and more alienated from the current culture, right? They've adopted their position of being, say, which is more or less fixed by the time they're 25 or so. once their prefrontal cortex matures, and then after that the world gets away from them. They don't have enough biological resources left to constantly undergo new revolutionary neurological processes. And part of the reason is this. You have more neural connections in your brain when you're first born than you do for the rest of your life, any other time in your life. And as you learn, when you're an infant, and as you learn, say, over the first 2 years, what happens is that there's a plenitude of circuits, and they die off, leaving only those circuits that have a function. And you think about that, it's kind of a quasi-Darwinian process. And so what that means is that as you mature and become fixed in your form, you know, to adopt your personality, whatever it becomes, what's happening is that the excess possibility, in some sense, is being demolished by experience. So the tyrannical aspect of enculturation is something that's real, because it makes you, in large part, what you are. And you have to understand as well that that's necessary, because it's better to be something in the final analysis. It's better to be something than to be nothing. But, you know, we still have residual dreams like those expressed by Peter Pan, say, who's the boy that never wants to grow up, because he doesn't want to attain any final and fixed form. And it's interesting because in one respect, as you progress through your life, you're climbing, assuming things are going well, you're climbing to ever new heights. But on the other hand, the direction that you're going in constantly narrows as you age. So there's a real trade-off there, and I think the existential angst that's caused as a consequence of that trade-off is often real. And I also think that adolescents and early adults feel this most intently, which is part of the reason why they tend to rebel against social structures in general, you know, whether it's the military-industrial complex or the corporate world or globalization or what have you, is that you have these large structures that represent the tyrannical aspect of social being. And it's no wonder that the fact of those structures engenders rebellion. It should. On the other hand, it's also no wonder that structures like that exist, because if they didn't exist, then people would have no way of interrelating their social being, and we would revert back to the sort of Hobbesian state of war where everybody's arms are around everybody else's throat. That doesn't mean the payoff is always good. So, for the Freudians, of course, had a real field day with this, and were most fundamentally concerned by it. Now, part of the reason that Freudian psychology has had such an immense impact on Western world culture is because Freud came along just when classical Judeo-Christian mythological structures were on a serious decline in the West, and Freud stepped in with a secularized mythological version of reality, which said, well, there's nature, and that's the id, right? That's the wild and untamed impulses that spring up from the animal mind. And there's the ego, which is the individual who's in many ways a pawn of these id-like forces. And then on top of the ego, crushing it down into the id, so to speak, is the superego, which is the internal and external embodiment of social order and morality. So you can see the mythological substructure underlying Freud. Freud said, well, the ego is always being shaped by the superego, and it's always compulsion. It's
Johnny!
Don't. It's always no. It's like Old Testament morality, right? In the incarnation of the 10 Commandments. Whatever you want to do, if it feels good, the probability is high that it's immoral from the perspective of the social world. And you can really see this with children, you know. It's really remarkable to watch them, because my sense is, and I don't think this is just because I'm a particularly tyrannical father, is that children often get in more trouble for having fun than they do for any other reason, because their capacity for unbridled enjoyment is so unbridled that it actually poses a threat to orderly structure. So, if a child really gets in an active mood and is playing a very active game, I mean, especially if they're somewhere between, say, 3 and 5, they can tear your house to shreds in no time flat, and you're always following them around going, no, quiet down, don't do that. And you know, they're smiling away and they're happier than any adult you're ever going to see in your entire life, and you're doing everything you can to push them down so that they can sit quietly and read a book or whatever it is you think they should be doing. And that's really nasty and horrible, but by the same token, it's absolutely necessary, because if they don't learn to bring their impulses, even their impulses, their ludic impulses, right, their impulses to play, under control, then nobody else can stand them. And if they don't get access to the resources that are in the social world, man, they have one dismal life laid out in front of them. So anyway, so that's an early description of the genesis of the conflict, say, between the ego and the superego. And I just wanted to point that out, because it's not just sex and aggression that gets regulated, right? mean, we can understand why that might happen. But it's also playfulness and creativity and spontaneity and all the things that we associated with the joy of being that the terrible, tyrannical social structure puts a clamp on. So Jack Panksepp, for example, has recently demonstrated that children, boys, because it's usually boys, who have attention deficit disorder, which is generally diagnosed in the schoolroom, do much better if they're placed on methylphenidate, which is a kind of amphetamine, fundamentally. But normal kids do better on amphetamines too, by the way. They can focus more, and they can pay attention more. Mostly what methylphenidate does is suppress play. So Panksepp's notion is that, well, what's happening with these ADHD kids, hyperactive kids, is they're more playful, more boisterously playful, which tends to be a masculine attribute in the juvenile forms of many mammals. They're boisterously playful. Give them a little methylphenidate, that shuts down their play behavior, and they can sit down and focus, you know. And, well, you can understand how, even if you might think that's necessary, because apparently many people do, you can also still understand that by the same token, that probably represents some kind of loss, right? Because we like to see kids play, and it's good for them besides. So, anyways, Freud says, the ego pops up, it's all thrilled to death with the world, the superego comes along and shuts it down, and that's a fate that befalls all of us. And not only that, because Freud's a pretty wise man, all things considered, he doesn't say that's all to the bad, he says that's the price we pay for social being, and fair enough. You see this happening in children all the time, where part of what they do as they mature is to adopt roles. So they'll play being a father or being a mother, say, and what they're doing is pulling in what they see as the world view that characterizes parenthood, embodying the father, playing out the role, and trying to organize their motivational structures within the observed framework, say, that the father provides. And that's an introjection of social wisdom. If you can imagine that the role of father, say, has a structure, like one structure would be, well, if you're a father and you're around to model, then you have to be taking care of the children, or at least you have to be there often enough so that you can be a target model. So you can imagine that the spirit of the father that's modeled, at least in the optimal circumstances, is one that deals out rules and order, but that also provides nurturing care and support, and that's a kind of story. We know fathers who aren't like that, and maybe we know fathers who are too much like that. But all things considered, on the average, you have a father role, and children attempt to inject that. And that's part of the way that they learn to modulate their motivational resources. So, for example, if the child observes the father and the mother sharing, which means taking each other's motivational states into account, then they can act out the game of sharing with a doll, say, representing a child. And what they're doing is trying to imagine what it's like inside that doll's head, treating it like a person, by embodying the potential motivations and emotional states of that pretend object in their own body, and then by trying to organize a higher order structure, which would be like the tea party, where tea is shared, a higher order structure where you have a turn, because you want a turn because you're thirsty like me, and then I have a turn, and we both get what we want, and we can exchange information. And, well, that's a little bit more optimistic representation of the tyranny of social order than pure compulsion. Because what it suggests is there's a way that you can organize the way you are, genuinely, and the way I am, genuinely, so that we both are genuine, yet we get something more than we would get if we were just by ourselves. And so you think that with kids. They like to play by themselves, but by the time they're about 3.5 or 4, boy, like they have a hunger for other children, and they'll do anything in order to go out and play with other kids. So you can say to them, well, if you take all the toys off your bed, I'll go and let you play with your friend. And like the toys are off there in 2 tenths of a second, and they're out the door, because they have this primary need to go out and experiment with the social world. And in large part, that's how they build the complex, higher order, more abstract structures that enable them to regulate their motivational states and their emotional states without just no. It's a more sophisticated way of doing it, right? It's better to play a game with someone than to engage in a battle of wills, because then there's no compulsion, there's just mutual participation. And that's critical, because one of the things that the notion of the tyranny of the social order brings up as a question is, all right, so you have to take part in society, right? You have to take your part in the social world. Yet, The social world wants its pound of flesh, or its 60 pounds of flesh, depending on where you live. On the one, so you're damned if you do, so to speak, and you're damned if you don't. What do you do as a consequence of facing that challenge? So you remember with the Great Mother, with chaos and the unknown, the way you meet the challenge is to understand that the things you don't understand are dangerous and frightening, and that if you encounter them, they can hurt you, and that this is real. But you don't run away all the same, right? If you're trying to get somewhere, the things you don't understand happen, you can't shut yourself down. You have to explore cautiously and try to gain new knowledge. Well, how do you organize your social being? Well, let's make the presupposition that you've got half a dozen or so fundamental motivational states, right? So what they are is your subjugation to a world of a priori deities, right? You see in children rage, fear, hunger, anger, affiliation, love, the capacity to play, all value sets which have their own goal-like behavioral patterns, their own worldview, their own way of manifesting themselves. All those are innate, right? They're all dependent on pre-wired neural architectural systems. They have to unfold in experience, but they're there. Okay, and so let's say that's what you come into the world with, and that's what you come into the world with, and that's what you come into the world with. But then the fact that you're in the world poses a more complex problem, which is, well, yeah, you've got one motivational state happening, you're angry. But then you've got another one you have to worry about, which is you'd like to be affiliated with someone, like your sibling. So you've got a real conflict with your sibling. It's like you really hate them, but you really like them too, and you want to play with them. So what do you do about that? Well, you'd say a behaviorally dysregulated child who isn't well socialized, say they're impulsive. They don't act as if they take the future into account, so they heavily future discount. They're impulsive. What does that mean? If you watch a child have a temper tantrum, which around 2 they're really prone to, it's like, it's a phenomena, you know, it's like a tornado on a real small scale. The child's just flipped out. If you saw an adult do that, you'd run away screaming, right? And they're completely dominated by this emotional state. And my sense watching that has always been to kind of try to help the kid not have that happen to them, because it looks like a terrible catastrophe for their emerging ego, right? I mean, they're trying to get their world together, and something frustrates them, and whomp, up come these like amygdalic projections that are governing anger, hypothalamic, even more primitive, and just like bowl them over, and then they're on the floor, and they're holding their breath, and they're turning blue, and they're having a fit, and then it takes them like 15 minutes to recover. So they have to take themselves into account as total, as complete beings. And that's the emergence of a higher order morality. But it's more complicated than that, because not only do they have the problem of themselves, which is a bad enough problem, but then they have the problem of the other person. So what's the proper response of the individual, given that he or she is threatened by the natural world and the unknown on the left hand, and threatened by the social order and its tyranny on the right hand, but also dependent on the natural world and chaos for all good things and all new information, and dependent on the social order for their very mode of being, right? Caught between 4 paradoxes all at the same time. How can that route be properly negotiated? Well, then you can look at hero mythology. And the most common plot, and I would say in some ways the only plot, although there are variations of this that are endless, romantic variations or adventure story variations or variations of failed heroic endeavor, still the only plot goes something like this. There's a current state of being. Now that can be represented by a psychological state, your current personality. It can be represented by your family. It can be represented by your extended social group, your city, your town, your country, your ecosystem, your in science fiction frequently, the entire global community, right? A structure is threatened. By what? Well, you name it. If it's dangerous, it can threaten the structure. That can be one of various forms of barbarian, right? Any person from another culture, an alien in science fiction, a terrible monster that lives in the deep that had been dominated and oppressed before but has come back for more, an agent of horror,
That's a common theme in modern horror movies, right? An object that moves, the ghosts in the basement because the dead were improperly buried, etc., etc., etc. Anything uncanny, anything fear-inspiring, anything reptilian, anything that smothers or entrances or seduces or you name it. If it's change or some metaphoric representation of anything that can change, then it's this, the dragon of chaos. And that's the thing that always threatens the stable state in its multiple potential manifest forms. And what does that mean? It means the apocalypse is always happening, right? The end of the world is always before us, which is why you see apocalyptic imagery, for example, throughout the New Testament. Christ says, the world is coming to an end, and people are waiting around for it to happen, but what they don't precisely understand is that the world is always coming to an end, always, and that's because what you think now is not good enough for the next second, right? You have to change, because change is coming, and what change means is you have to let go of what you know. That's the apocalypse, and it's always on us. The structure is threatened. Well, what do you do about that? Well, you can run, but you can't hide, right? That's the theory, and the reason for that is that even if you are unwilling to face the threat that's right in front of you, no matter where you run to, that threat's going to be there. So you see in the case of an agoraphobic woman who starts to run away from the shopping mall when she has heart palpitations, that then she runs away from the subway, and then she runs away from taxis, and then buses, and then other people, and then finally she's at home and there's nowhere to run, but her heart's still palpitating, and the fear of death is still on her, and there's no place to go. So hiding isn't much of a help. Or you can pretend that the chaotic thing isn't there and refuse to change. But all that does is make the threat bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. So just like, simply put, well, say you only have $100 in the bank and you have a $110 telephone bill and you think, well, I'd like that $100. I'm not going to pay that telephone bill. It's just a little threat, right? But then you don't pay it, and the next month it's a $125 telephone bill, and then they slap a $50 charge on you, and then they cut off your phone, so then you don't have a phone, then you miss a job appointment, and that's not so good, and then it's $250 to pay your phone bill and another $200 to get it hooked back up, and then your credit record goes all to hell because you haven't paid any of that, then you can't buy a house when you're 25. And you think, kind of weird, eh? Little bitty chaos turns into a great big monster. And partly that's because everything that looks separate from everything else isn't. It just looks that way. And when you ignore anything, especially if it's impeding your progress, you know it's impeding your progress, you know you have to deal with it, step away from it and see what its true nature really is. So you can hide and you can not change, or you can pretend that the threat doesn't exist. But in the final analysis, that just stores up the catastrophe for later. I think of all the stories that we've investigated so far, all the fundamental myths of creation that we've investigated so far, the two that we're going to talk about in detail today are probably the two stories that have had more impact on the course of world history than any other two. I'm going to talk in some detail today about the story of creation laid out in Genesis and also the story of the Buddha's enlightenment. Both stories are also characterized by a kind of depth that's virtually limitless. And I think in some ways that the topics we're going to discuss today are the most enlightening of all the many ideas that we've traveled through so far in this series. So we're going to be concentrating on an analysis of this schema again. The idea being here, of course, that the world of experience, which is the world that mythology is attempting to describe, has these fundamental constituent elements, one associated with chaos or nature or the unknown, one associated with culture or the Great Father or the predictable, and another associated with the archetypal son, the individual, who's the offspring of the interplay of these two fundamental forces. Now, given that part of the purpose of this series is to elucidate the causes of war and motivation for war, attention paid to the dualistic nature of the individual is of paramount importance. So we could say that just as nature has its terrible side and just as culture has its terrible side, so the individual has his or her terrible side, and the depth of that capacity, say, for atrocity and vengefulness is just as deep as the depth of terror that the unknown itself holds. I think this is a difficult fact for normal individuals to grasp, given that we're highly motivated to view ourselves as, if not precisely good, at least as relatively harmless. But the evidence that as individuals we are relatively harmless is very, very thin indeed. And I don't think it's possible to understand the depth of motivation for atrocity and social conflict without coming to terms with the capacity for evil that's characteristic of the individual. Now, both the story in Genesis and the story of the Buddha's enlightenment lay bare in many ways the nature of the structure of individual evil, and also not only its structure but its motivation, why it is that people would turn more or less voluntarily away from the good and embrace what can only be described as its polar opposite. So, in addition to making reference to this structural schema, of course, we're also going to be discussing the typical mode of interaction of these elements of experience. You may note, for example, that this diagram, with which you're now very familiar, the notion of order, chaos, and reestablishment of order, also parallels the structure of the story in Genesis, the creation myth, where human beings are created first and exist in a paradisal state, that paradise is disrupted as a consequence of some event of virtually cosmic significance, that as a consequence of that disruption, people are destined to live a profane existence in constant wait for the next state of order. So just as this is a fundamental archetypal structure, so that fundamental archetypal structure constitutes the basic grammar for the story in Genesis. Now what we're going to do to begin with is to describe precisely how this idea of paradise, descent, and the search for paradise is illustrated symbolically in Genesis, and exactly what those symbolic representations mean. The idea here being that the reason that the authors of Genesis, the multiple authors of Genesis extending over thousands and thousands of years, chose those symbols is not because they were laboring to be obscure, or not because they were establishing a pre-empirical representation of reality, a kind of quasi-scientific representation, but because these symbols have an elusive or metaphorical richness that enables a story, although short, to be characterized by an almost infinite depth. That's part of the reason. The other part of the reason is that when you say something profound, you say it using the language, the clearest language that you have access to, and if the story is almost unutterably profound, then the images in which it is enshrouded are almost incomprehensibly complex. It has to be that way, because if the target of the investigation is reality itself, something so complex that we cannot conceptualize it fully, then the language that we use to represent that reality has to stretch us to the limits of our ability to understand. And it is the case that the story in Genesis, say, as much as the story of the Buddha's enlightenment, constitutes an artistic endeavor on the part of the human race to portray the nature of human reality and to explain the behavioral and philosophical consequences of that reality. that being a tall order, perhaps we should forgive the multiple authors for only being able to manage it in a way that's essentially imagistic and dramatic rather than explicit, logical, philosophical, and fully developed. So the first thing I'd like to point out to you is a statement made by Mircea Eliade, which I think is one of the most enlightening things I ever read. Now, the first thing that Eliade does is describe the universality of flood mythology, but then he puts a twist on it. So the idea behind flood mythology is something like this. If societies deviate from an emergent, a necessarily emergent kind of morality, a kind of morality that takes the viewpoint of all the inhabitants of a given society into account, if a society deviates from that viewpoint sufficiently, it dooms itself to annihilation. That annihilation being represented mythologically as the flooding of the society by the pre-cosmogonic waters, the primordial element, or chaos. So societies that are tyrannical doom themselves to eradication by chaos, a simple equation. But made more complicated by Eliade's observation that more than one factor plays a role in the establishment of a tyranny. On the one hand, there's the straight degeneration of cultural presuppositions, in that if you establish a state or a game which has particular rules, because the environment is constantly transforming itself, the rules by necessity become out of date. So merely as a consequence of the progression of time, the presuppositions on which any state are founded tend to become less and less relevant to the current environment. Okay, so there's this aging and senility merely as a consequence of thermodynamic processes. But then Eliade also points out that there's one additional factor which has to be attributed not to society but to the individuals that make up that society, which is that the strictures and rules on which society is founded can be constantly and carefully updated when necessary. If all the individuals that make up that society are perfectly willing to confront exemplars of emerging chaos in their own lives when those exemplars emerge, which is to say that it's perfectly reasonable to be guided in your personality by the structures of your state, but if you face something unknown that those rules cannot handle, it's a moral necessity, an obligation on your part to face that emergent anomaly forthrightly, to solve it if you can, and then to communicate the consequences of your solution to the rest of the members of your society. Now, what Eliade points out is that the individual who removes him or herself from the responsibility of confronting their own anomaly speeds the process by which the state decays. So the decay of the state and the possibility for the emergence of chaos is an interaction between the tendency of the state to archaism and senility merely as a consequence of change, and the voluntary unwillingness of the citizens that comprise that state to face the unknown courageously when it confronts them. So Eliade says the deluge myth is almost universally disseminated. It is documented in all the continents, although very rarely in Africa, probably because of the relative shortage of water, and on various cultural levels. A certain number of variants seem to be the result of dissemination, first from Mesopotamia and then from India. It is equally possible that one or several diluvial catastrophes gave rise to fabulous narratives, but it would be risky to explain so widespread a myth by phenomena of which no geological traces have been found. The majority of the flood myths seem in some sense to form part of the cosmic rhythm. The old world, peopled by a fallen humanity, is submerged under the water, and sometime later a new world emerges from the aquatic chaos. In a large number of variants, the flood is the result of the sins or ritual faults of human beings. Sometimes it results simply from the wish of a divine being to put an end to mankind. The chief causes lie at once, therefore, in the sins of men and the decrepitude of the world. By the mere fact that it exists, that is, that it lives and produces, the cosmos gradually deteriorates and ends up falling into decay. This is the reason why it has to be recreated. In other words, the flood realizes on a macrocosmic scale what is symbolically affected during the New Year festival, the end of the world and the end of a sinful humanity in order to make a new creation possible. So then the question might arise, logically enough, what is it that would motivate an individual to work to avoid anomaly when it emerges in his or her own life and to risk an eventual flood? And even more profoundly, what would motivate an individual perhaps to work for the antithesis of order, to work to promote the emergence of chaos, since we know that people are relatively ambivalent in their moral stance, is it possible that we can create a compelling motivational story for the desire of the individual as such to work against the emergence of the good rather than for it? So let's take a look at what Genesis says about the creation of experience. So first of all, remember, we're taking a phenomenological stance on this story, which is to say that this story is not an objective retelling of materialistic emergence. It's something more specifically dramatic. It describes the nature of human experience, okay, the nature of conscious human experience. And in fact, the creation story in Genesis lays explicit stress on individual consciousness, literally, as a precondition for being itself, which is to say that underlying the story in Genesis is the notion that without whatever consciousness is, there would be no segregated entities and therefore no being. So this is one manner in which Genesis attempts to put human beings at the center of the cosmos, so to speak, which is the idea that the world, independently of consciousness, whatever that world is, absolutely needs to be reflected by consciousness in order to exist in any sense that existence could reasonably be defined. The first chapter. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was on the face of the deep. Now, the idea that the earth was without form and void takes us back to the Mesopotamian creation myth and Marduk and Tiamat, because the word for void, the Hebrew word for void, is teom, and teom is a word derived from Tiamat, and the void, the chaos that constitutes the unformed condition of the cosmos prior to the elaboration of being, is assimilated to the same category as Tiamat, which is this terrible, unformed, and frightening a priori condition that has to be courageously confronted in order to manifest itself as being. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was on the face of the deep. So now you see another interplay of opposites here between matter and water, the primordial element. So first of all, it's heaven and earth, and then it's earth and water and the height and the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the water. So another opposite representation between spirit and whatever it is that the pre-cosmogonic water or chaos constitutes. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good, and God divided the light from the darkness. And then a prototypical division between light, which is associated with illumination and enlightenment, and consciousness, because we're conscious during the day, and the sun and life that emerges nested inside this, the initial opening lines of this sentence. Northrop Frye notes that there's tremendous emphasis on the notion of a repetitive cycling of days and nights in the opening sentences of Genesis, even though from a formal perspective this emphasis is paradoxical, because the notion of the day emerges before the creation of the sun. And Frye's point is not that this is some careless gesture on the part of the people who authored Genesis, but more that it's an attempt to emphasize the idea of a cyclical relationship between consciousness and light and darkness and chaos, and to highlight the idea that this cyclical relationship is somehow absolutely vital to being itself. So Genesis 1:5 says, "And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night, and the evening and the morning were the first day." Frye says, the central metaphor underlying beginning is not really birth at all. It is rather the moment of waking from sleep, when one world disappears, a world of virtuality and potential, and another comes into actual being. This is still contained within a cycle. We know that at the end of the day we shall return to the world of sleep, and that's a notion that has a metaphorical resonance, because there's the sleep that punctuates periods of consciousness, and then there's the great sleep at the end of life, which is characterized by the complete cessation of consciousness. We know that at the end of the day we shall return to the world of sleep, but in the meantime there's a sense of self-transcendence, of a consciousness getting up from an unreal into a real, or at least more real world. This sense of awakening into a greater degree of reality is expressed by Heraclitus as a passing from a world where everyone has his own logos into a world where there's a common logos, the experience that we all share. Genesis presents the creation as a sudden coming into being of a world through articulate speech, which is another aspect of logos. This logos incorporates the idea of creative exploration and then the formulation of the consequences of that exploration in verbally communicable categories, right, which give our aspects of our being their defined boundaries and parameters and enable us to establish a shared mode of social being. Through articulate speech, conscious perception, light, and stability. Something like this metaphor of awakening may be the real reason for the emphasis on days and such recurring phrases, and the evening and the morning were the first day, even before the day as we know it was established with the creating of the sun. The most fundamental pair of conflicting and cyclically interacting pairs of opposites that is portrayed in Genesis is essentially the pairing of chaos versus order, generative chaos versus generative order. And a poem expresses this idea extremely well and very powerfully, so I'm going to read it to you. When sacred night sweeps heavenward, she takes the glad, the winsome day, and folding it, rolls up its golden carpet that had been spread over an abysmal pit. Gone, vision-like, is the external world, and man, a homeless orphan, has to face in utter helplessness, naked, alone, the blackness of immeasurable space. Upon himself he has to lean, with mind abolished, thought unfathered, in the dim depths of his soul he sinks, for nothing comes from outside to support or limit him. All life and brightness seem an ancient dream, while in the substance of the night, unraveled, alien, he now perceives a fateful something that is his by right. Absolutely brilliant poetic statement, I think, laying out very nicely, very richly the fundamental nature of the existential paradox that constitutes human life, pointing to a very profound sense of futility and fear, but then beyond that to the notion that in the depths of the unknown, in the depths of the darkness, and in the depths of all that's fundamentally unfaceable, there still lurks something that can be discovered given sufficient courage. Another fundamental division portrayed indirectly in Genesis, the word versus chaos. So what you have in Genesis is an absolutely stellar idea. I think perhaps the most fundamental contribution of archaic Jewish thinking to Western and world civilization, which is that although it is easier in some ways to consider the actual matrix of things, their material substrate, as the strata from which they emerge, it is equally reasonable and perhaps more pragmatically useful to note that things only exist because of the interaction between the logos, the word that characterizes consciousness, and whatever this matrix is. So in Jewish thought and then Christian thought, and of course in thoughts of that sort echoed throughout the world, there's the idea that consciousness associated with the transcendent, directly associated with the deity, is actually the thing that in interaction with this matrix gives rise to being. Genesis places stress on this notion of the internal logos, the individual consciousness, in two very complex ways. It first says that it's the Word of God, the logos of God, that gives order to chaos and makes being emerge. But then, even more particularly, it's the self-conscious logos of individual humans, their capacity not just to see the world as an object, but also to see themselves as an object, that gives the world the particular value that it has for us, which is to say that not only are we in a world where the subject and the object are separated and therefore experience
going on
dates of that separation.
Even if they all did fail, I missed at least attempting
who are so conscious that we can observe ourselves as objects.
I'll be straight with you.
The consequence of that
You
is
ain't ever gonna find
because
love.
we've extended our
Even
consciousness
if
to
love
ourselves,
were locked
we're
in here
capable
with
of
us,
conceptualizing
you
things
wouldn't
that
be
other
able to
creatures
find
cannot
it. Oh,
conceptualize,
Garfield,
such
shut
as
up.
the infinite
I've had enough of
possibility
you.
that lays
Come on, Odie, let's go for a
manifest in the
walk.
unknown, but also the fact that as individuals we're subject to our finite limitations, right? That we can become diseased, that we can become mentally ill, and that finally will die. And so the idea here is that something like the extension of logos to the object, to the subject, has made human existence finally problematic. And Genesis refers to this as essentially the parable sin of Adam, because we're aware of our own vulnerability as a genetic consequence merely of being human. There's a transformation in the nature of experience that has essentially cosmic significance. Lao Tzu in the Tao Te Ching makes a comment on the formless chaos that constitutes the matrix of things, the origin of things, and the manner. He says, there is something formless yet complete that existed before
I miss
heaven
going
and earth,
on dates.
without sound, without
Even if
substance.
they all
This is the void
did
of the
fail,
chaos.
I
Dependent
missed
on
at least
nothing,
attempting to
unchanging,
fall in love.
all-pervading, unfailing. One may think of it as the mother of all things under heaven. The idea here being that whatever experience is in the absence of a delimited human consciousness is something that's outside the boundaries of time, because temporality is a human attribute, and it's outside the boundaries of spatial limitation, because only human beings with their delimited and fixed size can attribute spatial aspects to being itself. So whatever it is that exists without us is so comprehensive and so completely transcends temporal dimensions to such a great degree that it can't be conceptualized as being at all. It's something that transcends being to such a degree that it's not even nameable, but still exists as the mother of all things under heaven. Now, Genesis formally associates human being with logos, and this is a determinative move in human history, just as the Mesopotamians first hypothesized that their emperor was equivalent to Marduk, the force that confronted Tiamat and carved her into pieces and made the world, and just as the Egyptians conceptualized their pharaoh as the intermingling between Osiris, the stability of the state, and Horus, the exploratory hero, and then disseminated that identity down the aristocratic levels closer and closer to the individual. So the ancient Hebrews said, and God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness. Now, it could be said that the logical derivation of that statement is that God looks like human beings, or conversely, that God is an old man with a beard, but it means something, I think, that's more sophisticated than that, which is that the central aspect that's associated with this transcendent deity, the logos, which is the thing that gives rise to order as a consequence of its confrontation with chaos, is also the thing that centrally characterizes human consciousness. And so with that, there's this transcendent notion that inside each human being is a spark of genuine divinity, and it's the manifestation of that divinity in human temporal and spatial parameters that literally keeps the cosmos generating. So God created his man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. And let them have dominion over the fish of the sea and the fowl of the air, and over the cattle and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. Now, fundamentalist Christians read this as an injunction, right? This is what human beings should do, dominate all other living things. But it's more like a description, which is that the consequence of the embeddedness of this spark of divinity in the individual is precisely what gave rise to the human ability to dominate the planet, which is an ability that, at least at the moment, seems fundamentally unparalleled, with no limit in sight. So it's not an injunction so much as a cold-hearted description. There's a very profound idea underlying the necessity of the creation of the individual human being. There's a line of archaic Jewish speculation that runs something like this. Why is the creation of a limited subject necessary if God's omniscient and omnipotent and omnipresent? Why would he bother creating anything outside of himself? And the line of speculation runs like this. The one thing that a being that is complete in all regards, even all hypothetical regards, lacks by necessity is limitation. And as a consequence of that, anything that's absolute is not complete and can't be complete without limitation. And so there's an emergent idea in Genesis and most notions of the emergence of human consciousness that the absolute needs the reflection point of a delimited being to actually spring into some kind of defined actuality. so that being itself becomes an interplay between the necessary limitations of the finite and the transcendent reality of the absolute. And so being is something that emerges because of the fact, as another ancient Jewish tradition has it, God and man are in a sense twins, mutually dependent on one another for their defined being. From such a perspective, being has the same nature as a game. When you're playing a game, you have to play by rules, which means that there are things that you can do while playing the game, but there are many, many things you can't do, and that the game could not exist without the limitations.
Yeah.
Also
That's
predicated
the
on the idea that the imposition, a Nietzschean idea, the imposition of limitations on a structure actually gives rise to the possibility of diverse new forms, which is also a very sophisticated way of conceptualizing the world. So from the perspective of Genesis, the individual is the locale of the experiential drama, and the fact that the individual is limited is a necessary precondition for being.
It's the spot.
So let's take a look at the structure of paradise as it's presented in Genesis. So the first aspect of the initial paradisal state is unself-consciousness. Now, if you look at factor and analytic studies of human personality, you note that self-consciousness, although it is arguably our greatest gift, also loads almost entirely on the factor that defines negative affect. And you might also notice that when you say, I became self-conscious, you generally put a negative cast on that, in that I was talking before a group of people and suddenly I was seized by self-consciousness, and as a consequence of that I was flooded by negative emotion and was fundamentally immobilized. So it's a very paradoxical state of being that our highest rational gifts say, and the only one that clearly distinguishes us from animals is also that which, when manifested, makes us almost unbearably anxious. The initial paradisal state, when Adam and Eve first walk in the Garden of Eden, is characterized by an animal-like unself-consciousness. Adam and Eve, whatever they are not clearly segregated from the rest of the world. They have no idea, for example, of their own nakedness. And if you think about what nakedness means, you immediately understand that that's also a very profound, dramatic representation. You know, with children that around the age of 3 or 4, many of them, regardless of their mode of upbringing, start to become very concerned about privacy, say, with regards to bodily functions, and also very concerned about ever showing themselves without clothing. And it's perfectly reasonable to presume that that's a consequence of their emergent self-consciousness, an event that takes place somewhere between the ages of 2 and 5, and that's a defining moment, right, that makes them segregatable, say, from their mother. And so you also have images of paradise that float through Western history that are characterized by the image of the unconscious union between the mother and child, right, which is an imagistic representation that eradicates the tension of self-consciousness, both for the mother and for the child.
So the notion that the child is living in a paradisal condition that's somehow lost as he or she approaches adulthood gives another sort of symbolic layer to the notion of the pre-self-conscious paradise. It's also a place where order and chaos are in perfect balance, and you know that because what paradise means is para, around, deza, a wall, while Eden means delight or a place of delight. Paradesa, paradise, is a walled garden, a walled place of delight. And a garden is precisely that place where the forces of nature or chaos and the forces of culture are held in perfect balance, right? That's what a garden is. It's nature given form by culture, and it's a place that's archetypally pleasant, a place where the intervention of human activity has produced a kind of stability that transcends that of nature. It's a cultural construct, but also that transcends that of culture, because all of the plants and the other growing things that constitute a garden are somehow transcendent, even though they're under the cultivating hand of culture and the individual. If you look at the manner in which the fall story is represented, you can also see that the place of previous stability can be regarded as a kind of paradise. So if you remember the story of Moses leading his people through the desert, it's clearly the case that when the Israelites were in the desert, even though they got away from the tyranny, it was easy to look back and say, well, you know, tough as it was, the place that we were before was much better than the place we are now. So it's perfectly reasonable and expectable for people who are caught in a crisis to look back to the time prior to the dawn of that crisis with longing, even if the crisis that they're presently experiencing is a necessary precondition for further development of personality. So the story that's laid out in Genesis has its structure something like this. Before we became self-conscious, the world was perfect. As a consequence of the rise of self-consciousness, we were thrown out of the Garden of Eden, out of paradise, and destined to live the profane existence that characterizes our present mode of being, where we're subject to knowledge of mortality and the possibility of illness and alienation from God. And wouldn't it be ever so great if we could only return to that condition of unself-consciousness and make all our problems go away? And you see this kind of pathological paradisal reminiscence manifesting itself in the most banal forms of conservatism, which are always projecting the ideal past somewhere back into the unattainable reaches of time, and also in those situations that obtain psychologically when people are absolutely possessed by depression and anxiety and wish for their consciousness to come to an end, if not metaphorically, so they desire to sleep, then actually, so that suicide is viewed as a kind of unconsciousness whose paradisal nature, the absence of all opposition, is viewed as clearly preferable to the difficulties of actually maintaining being. Eliadis says, the idea of paradise once and then paradise lost is not something unique to Western or Great Eastern societies. It's a widespread motif, just as wide as the flood motif. Regardless of where you go in the world, you find this notion. When heaven had been abruptly separated from the earth, that is, when it had become remote, as in our days, when the tree or vine connecting earth to heaven had been cut, or the mountain which used to touch the sky had been flattened out, then the paradisal stage was over, and man entered into his present fallen condition. In effect, all myths of paradise show us primordial man enjoying a beatitude, a spontaneity and freedom, which he has unfortunately lost in consequence of the fall. That is, of what followed upon the mythical event that caused the rupture between heaven and earth. As I said, Eden is delight, a place of delight by terminological definition, whereas paradise is a walled garden. I want to show you what knowing that does for analysis of the relationship between Eastern and Western thought. So let me tell you quickly the story of the Buddha, and I'm going to represent it fundamentally like this. Buddha starts his life in what's essentially a walled garden by all by all reasonable comparative analysis, and as a consequence of his emergent self-consciousness, the unself-conscious childlike perfection of that early state is permanently disrupted. So you have a situation where the greatest redemption story of the East follows precisely the same grammatical track as the greatest creation story of the West. So this is the story. Buddha's father is visited by an angel who tells him that his son is going to grow up to be the greatest temporal, profane ruler the world has ever seen, or a great spiritual leader. And his father, being a pragmatic and conservative man, decides that there's no possible way I'm going to allow my son to take the ambivalent road of spiritual enlightenment. I'm going to allow him to fall completely in love with the world so that he will remain attached to his domain. So, prior to Buddha's birth, his father constructs a great city with walls around it. And inside that city, he removes all signs of pain, frustration, and disappointment, any sign of ugliness and age. The only people that are allowed to exist within this city are those who are in perfect mental and physical health, who are paragons of beauty and virtue. And the idea that lurks behind that archetypal story is that when a father has a child, his moral obligation is to shield the developing consciousness of that child from contact with any of the horrors of life that could provide the child with an experience too traumatic for that developing consciousness to apprehend. So, because it's an archetypal story, it relates to the development of all people, not just the redemptive savior. And that's the motif that the Buddhist story initially follows. A good father makes his child fall in love with life by enticing that child into a direct relationship with all that life has to offer. So Buddha grows up within this walled garden, this unself-conscious paradise. But precisely because he's been shielded to this degree and allowed to mature, his consciousness continues to expand, and the world outside, the boundaries that his parents have established for him, starts to attract his attention. Now, we know already that the forbidden fruit, right, the lure of what's outside the walls, is something that human beings just can't keep their mangy little paws off, right? We are absolutely, uncontrollably curious, and the best way to make sure that we investigate something is to lay down a stricture that says, whatever you do, under whatever circumstances, never look there, right? And then the automatic systems that underlie our orienting and that motivate our seeking experience are constantly pulling our attention precisely to that forbidden spot, compelling us to investigate exactly that which has been forbidden. So, because Buddha is a consciousness developing in a healthy manner, he immediately becomes curious about what lies beyond the limits that have been established with him, and he makes a decision to go outside of paradise, right? Which seems a particularly ridiculous thing to do, given that in principle he has everything he could possibly want inside the walls. But then again, we have the troublesome notion of the original sin of Adam, right? Which is that if any of you were offered a forbidden fruit, again under circumstances mythologically equivalent to those that obtained in the beginning, you'd immediately reach your hand out and take it, because what we haven't got for human beings is always far more compelling than what we have got.